ਵੈਲਕਮ, ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੇਵਾ 'ਚ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਜ 9 ਜੂਨ ਹੈ, ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਮੰਗਲਵਾਰ ਦਾ। ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 9 ਵੱਜ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਦੇ 12 ਵੱਜ ਚੁੱਕੇ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ, ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਔਰ ਵੈਸਟਰਨ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ, ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਸਟੇਟ, ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 9 ਵੱਜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 9:30 ਵੱਜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 9 ਵੱਜ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲਾਈਵ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਝੰਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿਲਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਹਿਰਾਣਗੇ। ਆਖਿਰਕਾਰ ਕੀ ਮਾਮਲਾ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਆਂਗਾ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ US ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਵੈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ। ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰੈਡੀਕਲਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਹੈ। UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਸਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਧੜ ਤੋਂ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਦਰਅਸਲ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। UK ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬੜੇ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਦੌਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਗੁਜ਼ਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ MP ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ੈਡੋ ਫਾਈਨੈਂਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਜਸਰਾਜ ਹਲਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਾਸ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ FIFA ਦੇ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ, ਕੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਆਂਗਾ। ਉੱਥੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ US ਦੀ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ SPLC ਹੈ, ਸਦਰਨ ਪੋਵਰਟੀ ਲਾਸ ਸੈਂਟਰ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ US ਕਾਂਗਰਸ 'ਚ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੀਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਨੇ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਵੈਗਨਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਮੇਜਰ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੀਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਵੈਗਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲੈਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇਕਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜੇ ਆਏ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੀਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਵੈਗਨਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਝ ਅਪਡੇਟਸ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੁਪਰੀਮ ਕੋਰਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਦੈਨ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਮੂਵ ਫਾਰਵਰਡ ਫਰੋਮ ਦੇਅਰ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੀਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਰਿਚਰਡ ਵੈਗਨਰ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਣਾ।
We'll head to the room for questions. If time allows, we will go to Zoom, but we do have a number of people in the room today, so we'll try to get to as many people as possible. I'll just ask if you're using your earpiece when you're not using it to please just put it on the sticker in front of you to protect the health and safety of our interpreters. And with that, I will hand it over to our Chief Justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Should I push the button? It's on? It's on? All right, good. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. I want to begin by welcoming members of the Parliamentary Press Gallery and everyone watching online. As every year, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today and for your continued interest in the work of the Supreme Court of Canada. I have said it often, but I believe that journalists play a crucial part in reporting on the court's work and explaining to Canadians why it matters. Which is why I'm pleased to note that a representative of our court will be taking part in the upcoming Canadian Association of Journalists Conference here in Ottawa. I think it's on Friday. She will explain, well, that conference will explain what services our court provides to media to help support your coverage. Nous avons également constaté que la couverture médiatique de la Cour suprême a nettement augmenté ces derniers mois. Une partie de cette attention s'explique par certaines causes très médiatisées qui soulèvent des questions difficiles et suscitent un vif intérêt du public. Mais au-delà des décisions elles-mêmes, ce contexte met aussi en lumière le rôle essentiel que jouent les journalistes pour aider les Canadiens et les Canadiennes à comprendre le fonctionnement de leurs institutions, comment les décisions sont prises et l'importance de la primauté du droit dans la vie quotidienne. Ce rôle n'a jamais été aussi important. Dans cet esprit, je souhaiterais vous faire part de quelques réflexions sur le travail de la Cour et sur les défis à venir. La dernière année a été particulièrement marquante pour nous. En 2025, nous avons célébré le 150e anniversaire de la Cour suprême du Canada, et ce non seulement ici à Ottawa, mais partout au pays. Nos visites commémoratives dans plusieurs villes ont été un véritable succès et un puissant rappel du lien permis d'aller à la rencontre des citoyens. La décision récente de la Cour fédérale concernant how these institutions work. We also marked a historic moment with the first opening of the Judicial Year ceremony held at the Supreme Court in almost 40 years. It was a meaningful occasion, both symbolically and institutionally, and I am pleased to announce that we will hold another opening of the Judicial Year ceremony on October 5th, 2026. Alongside these milestones at the court, I would also like to share some updates about the recent work of the Canadian Judicial Council, the National Judicial Institute, and the Action Committee on Modernizing Court Operations. In my role as chair of the Council and of the NGI, and as co-chair of the Action Committee, I have the opportunity to see firsthand the work underway across the country to strengthen our justice system. Over the past year, the Canadian Judicial Council has updated its procedures for reviewing complaints about federally appointed judges and published its annual report on these complaints. It also released its yearly report to Canadians on judicial education and is finalizing a study on the health and the well-being of judges, which will be made public in the coming weeks. Through the National Judicial Institute, we have continued to expand judicial education, including new programming and resources on artificial intelligence, family and intimate partner violence, and judicial well-being. The NGI has also recently launched a multi-year initiative with Global Affairs Canada and the Supreme People's Court of Vietnam. This project focuses on equal access to justice, gender-responsive judicial education, and advancing leadership opportunities for women justices in Vietnam. It is a concrete example of how international cooperation can advance shared values of fairness, equality, and the rule of law. Même si la pandémie est désormais derrière nous, le Comité d'action sur la modernisation des activités judiciaires poursuit un travail important afin d'améliorer le fonctionnement des tribunaux partout au pays, en particulier pour leurs usagers, notamment les personnes vulnérables et marginalisés. Parmi ces initiatives récentes, le comité a publié une série de documents visant à mieux comprendre les défis auxquels font face les justiciables autochtones et noirs, réaffirmant ainsi l'importance du contexte social dans l'administration équitable de la justice. Lors de cette conférence de presse l'an dernier, je n'avais pas encore commencé à travailler avec le ministre de la Justice, M. Sean Fraser, qui co-préside maintenant le comité d'action avec moi. Depuis, nous avons eu l'occasion de nous rencontrer à plusieurs reprises. Et je me réjouis de cette collaboration continue visant à moderniser les activités judiciaires et à améliorer l'accès à la justice pour l'ensemble des Canadiens. De plus, dans mon rôle de président du Conseil consultatif de l'Ordre du Canada, je suis heureux de souligner que l'Ordre explore actuellement des ajustements à ces processus afin de mieux faire connaître cette distinction prestigieuse, ainsi que celles et ceux qui en sont les récipiendaires. Ces derniers sont reconnus pour des contributions qui ont renforcé et enrichi notre pays dans une grande diversité de domaines et de communautés. En mettant davantage en lumière leur travail et leur parcours, nous ne faisons pas que célébrer leur impact remarquable. Nous inspirons également d'autres personnes à suivre leur exemple et à contribuer à bâtir un Canada encore plus fort et plus solidaire. As we reflect on what has been accomplished over the past year, the court is also entering a new phase. 2 weeks ago, we held our last hearing in our historic courtroom for the foreseeable future. Our next hearings will take place in our temporary location at the West Memorial as we prepare for the long-planned rehabilitation of the historic Supreme Court building. Over the summer, the court will transition smoothly to this new place. As you can imagine, this is a complex logistical operation, but one that has been carefully planned to ensure our operations continue seamlessly. Similarly, public tours will continue all summer in our iconic building. This is an opportunity for Canadians to experience the building before it closes for rehabilitation. I would encourage people to take advantage of that opportunity. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank our staff, as well as everyone who has been involved in this transition, from Public Services and Procurement Canada, who have led the rehabilitation of the West Memorial Building, to the RCMP, who will continue to ensure the security of judges and the public in our new location. This is a particularly meaningful moment for the court, and for some, an emotional one. We are deeply grateful to everyone who is helping to ensure that this transition takes place smoothly. Notre édifice changera temporairement, mais nos responsabilités constitutionnelles, elles, demeurent les mêmes. Et je tiens à être clair à cet égard. Ce déménagement n'aura aucune incidence sur le travail judiciaire de la Cour. En parlant du travail de la Cour, en 2025, nous avons rendu des décisions dans un vaste éventail de domaines, notamment en droit constitutionnel et en droit criminel, en droit administratif et en droit de la propriété. Bien que nous ayons rendu légèrement moins de jugements que l'année précédente, nous avons entendu davantage d'appels.
Langley homeowners, do not list your home until you fix this one costly.
ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਹਿੱਸੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਕੁਝ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਏ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਤੋਂ। ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਦੋਸ਼ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਈ ਚਾਰजेस ਲੱਗੇ ਹੈ ਫਰਾਡ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਹੀ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਡਾਏ, 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਔਰ 2009 ਤੋਂ 2025 ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨੇ ਸੈਂਕੜੇ ਵਾਰ ਫਲਾਈਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਉਡਾਈਆਂ ਉਸ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਖਤਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ, ਐਵੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਏਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨॉट श्योर, ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ। ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤਾਬੜਤੋੜ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫਲਾਈਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉਡਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਪੂਰੀ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ।
The Peel Regional Police Corporate Communications Bureau. I'd like to welcome you here to headquarters this morning. Before we get started, I would like to welcome and acknowledge the Executive Director, Rob Serpe, and Vice Chair Omar Khan from the Peel Police Services Board. Welcome. This morning, we will be discussing the results of Project Icarus. This investigation was a complex and multifaceted fraud investigation involving a former Air Canada pilot. In a few moments, we will hear the details of this investigation from the chair of the Peel Police Services Board, Nando Yanika, Deputy Chief Nick
ਬਿਨਾਂ
Malinovich,
ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਦੇ
lead investigator from our
ਜਿਹੜੀ
fraud bureau,
ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ
Detective
ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ
Sergeant
ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀ
Chad Mitchell.
ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਬਗੈਰ ਹੀ ਇਹਨੇ
We'll also hear from
ਜਿਹੜੇ
Mr.
ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਉਡਾਈ
David
ਗਏ from
Fairbairn.
2009 to 2025।
At this time, I would like to invite the chair, Nando Yanika, to the podium.
Officer, thank you very much and welcome everybody. Good morning. So on behalf of the Peel Police Services Board, I want to thank the members of the Fraud Bureau and those involved in this investigation for their professionalism, diligence, and commitment to the public interest. The allegations announced today are concerning not only because of their scale, but because they touch on something fundamental to a well-functioning society: trust. Everyday members of the public place their trust in institutions, regulatory systems, and professionals whose qualifications and credentials are intended to ensure that safety. Whether in aviation, healthcare, policing, or any other profession entrusted with public confidence, that trust must be earned and protected. The allegations in this case suggest a deliberate effort to circumvent systems designed to safeguard the public. When that occurs, accountability is essential. As a police services board, our role is not to direct investigations or comment on matters before the courts. Our responsibility is to ensure Peel Regional Police has the resources, oversight, and governance necessary to investigate complex allegations of fraud and misconduct wherever they may occur, regardless of the individual involved. This investigation demonstrates the importance of strong partnerships between regulatory bodies, industry stakeholders, and law enforcement agencies. It also serves as a reminder that the public confidence depends on the willingness of institutions to act when concerns arise and the pursuit of truth wherever the evidence leads. I want to thank Transport Canada, Air Canada, and all investigative partners for their cooperation throughout this matter. And most importantly, I want to ensure the public that Peel Regional Police remains committed to protecting our communities, upholding the rule of law, and ensuring that those who seek to undermine public trust are held accountable. Thank you. With that, I want to turn it over to Deputy Chief Milinovich.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you everybody for being here this morning. To start, I would like to thank our Fraud Bureau and the leaders of this investigation, some of which are standing behind me. Their work is incredibly complex, time-consuming, and very important to our communities. The announcement we are about to make today demonstrates all three of those characteristics. The investigation that we are updating you on today is dubbed Project Icarus. This investigation and the details surrounding it read like a movie script. It was a complex fraud and forgery investigation involving allegations against a former commercial airline pilot. It was initiated after a regulatory review by Transport Canada into the licensing requirements and credentials of a commercial airline pilot who was working for the victim, Air Canada. This pilot had a 27-year career, and we are alleging that since 2009 has been flying for years, misrepresenting himself and his credentials to his employer and regulatory officials using fraudulent licensing documents. Having worked for Air Canada since the onset of his career, they rose to the position of pilot in command, where for almost 17 years, they flew Boeing 767s, 777s, and 787s. During that time, he captained over 900 domestic flights, not just domestic, but international as well, earning millions of dollars in salary for those captaining flights, but also flew tens of thousands of passengers during that time period. Our investigation has led us to believe that this was all done without the appropriate licensing. More specifically, without an airline transport pilot license, which is a requirement to fly passengers. Instead, we believe the accused misrepresented his qualifications to both his employer and the regulator. We also believe that he attempted to conceal the fact that he'd done that through false police report. Credentials exist for a reason. As you heard from the chair, one person bypassing those credentials leads to consequences which undermines and introduces risks and impacts to our community, but also the integrity of a profession and professional systems that depend on verification and oversight. People believe that credentials mean something. And when one person circumvents that, it casts an unfair shadow on an entire profession and professionals who represent themselves with pride and professionalism. Our role is to protect that trust for our community, protect regulations, and ensure that when misconduct occurs, criminal misconduct occurs, we hold the people responsible for it accountable and represent the people that are victimized by it. I would like to thank our partners, Transport Canada, the RCMP for their assistance in examination of fraudulent documents, and again, all of the investigators that are standing behind me today that are the barrier between people who would look to victimize systems and our community and holding them accountable. I will now turn it over to Detective Sergeant Mitchell, who will share more details of the investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, for the introduction, and good morning. Project Icarus was initiated in late January 2026, subsequent to Transport Canada contacting the Fraud Bureau of Peel Regional Police with respect to a regulatory investigation it had completed.
900 ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਫਲਾਈਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਬਤੌਰ ਕੈਪਟਨ ਇਹਨੇ ਭੂਮਿਕਾ ਨਿਭਾਈ ਹੈ। 27 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਕੈਰੀਅਰ। ਇਹ ਕੈਪਟਨ ਸੀਗਾ ਸਿੰਸ 2009। 2026 ਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਲਾਂਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਜਨਵਰੀ 2026 ਚ ਇਸੇ ਸਾਲ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਦੇ ਉਡਾਉਂਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਇਹਨੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਉਡਾਏ ਆ, ਬੋਇੰਗ ਦੇ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਬੋਇੰਗ ਸੀਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਉਡਾਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਸੀਗੇ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਗਲਤ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਪੀੜਿਤ ਪੱਖ ਹੈ, ਵਿਕਟਮ ਹੈ, 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਪਾਰਟੀ, ਕਿ ਇਹਨੇ ਗਲਤ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਪੀਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਟਿੰਗ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਹੈ।
into the conduct of an Air Canada captain. The police investigation focused on the career of the accused from its onset in 1998 to its completion in 2025. The accused flew initially as a first officer with Air Canada and in 2009 was promoted to the rank of captain. As captain, the accused was considered a pilot in command and was ultimately responsible for aircraft operation and safety during flight. He captained aircraft including the Boeing 767, 787, and 777, both domestically and internationally, and was compensated in alignment with that rank.
ਆਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਬੋਇੰਗ 767 ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 181 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 375 ਲੋਕ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਬੋਇੰਗ 787 ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 210 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 336 ਲੋਕ ਬਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਬੋਇੰਗ 777 ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ 301 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 550 ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਹਿ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ, ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਦੇਖੋ 767 787 ਤੇ 777, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਲਾਓ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਪੈਸਿਟੀ ਹੈ 500 ਜਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੀ, ਮਤਲਬ 350 ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਪੈਸਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਡਾਏ ਗਏ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੀਲ ਰੀਜਨ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
The catalyst event leading to the investigation occurred in March 2025 at Terminal 1 of Pearson International Airport during a routine operational evaluation of the accused's credentials and performance. Anomalies were detected within the pilot license documentation he presented. The Transport Canada regulatory investigation later commenced, concluded, and was followed by this criminal investigation. The police investigation included a residential search warrant executed in Barrie, Ontario in February 2026. That was followed by other judicial authorizations, witness interviews, and subject matter expert input, including a forensic analysis conducted by our policing partners, the RCMP's National Anti-Counterfeiting Bureau in Ottawa. The investigation garnered evidence in support of allegations that indicate the accused operated as a pilot in command, a captain, of aircraft between 2009 and 2025 without having ever possessed an airline transport pilot license, aeroplane, known as an ATPLA. This high-level license is a requirement to operate the type of aircraft the accused flew at the rank of captain. Evidence also supports the allegation that the accused had not completed the associated and necessary Transport Canada examinations required to earn an ATPLA prior to or during his career. This alleged criminal misconduct also included the possession and uttering of materially altered and counterfeit government-issued pilot licenses and documentation. It is also alleged that the accused filed a false report to an area police service in relation to an event found to have not occurred through this investigation with respect to stolen pilot documentation. On June 1st, 2026, the accused, Mr. Jeff Wall of Barrie, Ontario, was arrested at 31 Division of Peel Regional Police. He has undertaken to appear for his first appearance date in Brampton on June 29th in relation to the following 7 criminal code offenses: fraud over $5,000, 2 counts of uttering forged document, 3 counts of possession of counterfeit mark, and public mischief. Thank you. This concludes our summary of the investigation, and I'd like to welcome Mayor Patrick Brown.
Well, Deputy Milovic said it read like a movie script. I think I've seen a movie like this with a similar plot. I want to say, first of all, that Chief Nish has built a flagship police service. And I think the work of the Detective Sergeant, Deputy Chief Milovic speak to the fact no matter how complex the crime is, Peel Police can successfully investigate it. And if you commit a crime in Peel Region, it's not if you will be caught, it is when you will be caught. You cannot engage in crimes against our residents without consequence in Peel Region. And I think this really speaks to the patience, professionalism, attention to detail, and commitment to following the evidence wherever it leads. Today's announcement is a testament to great police work. Peel Regional Police continue to demonstrate why they are recognized as one of Canada's leading police services. Time and time again, they have shown the ability to tackle sophisticated investigations, protect the public, and uphold the rule of law. This investigation sends a clear message: no one is above the law. Whether the criminal activity is recent or has occurred over a long period of time, individuals who break the law should expect to be held accountable. Criminals cannot operate with impunity in our communities. Today's arrest serves as another reminder that professional police work combined with persistence and determination can uncover wrongdoing even when it may appear hidden or difficult to detect. On behalf of the residents in Brampton, and certainly I know Chair Unica has attested on behalf of Peel Region, I want to thank the Peel Regional Police. You know, I have the dual role where I get to serve as Mayor of Brampton, but also on the Peel Police Services Board like Chair Unica, and we see the best of the best with the Peel Regional Police. Fraud undermines trust, damages institutions, and can have serious impacts on people's lives and livelihoods. That's why investigations like this matter. It builds trust in our institutions that these checks and balances work, that you cannot get away with criminal activity. So on behalf of the City of Brampton, I want to thank Peel Regional Police for their continued service and unwavering commitment to public safety. Their work helps keep our communities safe and reinforces the principle that those who violate the law will face consequences for their actions. Thank you to Chief Nish, Deputy Chief Milovic, and everyone involved in this successful investigation.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. At the conclusion of this press conference, we will be issuing a media release that will be outlining the specific charges related to this case. At this time, we're going to open the floor for questions. We ask that you limit your questions to one primary and one follow-up, and that you use the microphones that are provided on either side here. We understand that this announcement may raise questions of an employment and regulatory nature. We ask that your questions this morning are focused on the investigation at hand, and any employment or regulatory questions be directed to the employer or Transport Canada. And we'll open it up for questions now.
Hi, John Woodward from CTV. I want to know more about this documentation that he had. Did he make it himself? Did he have help making it? And were there people?
There's no indication that other people were involved. The license were analyzed and determined to be materially altered and counterfeit.
Okay, and in terms of the false report, what was the purpose of this false report? Was it to distract you guys, to throw a red herring into the investigation?
As you know, this is a criminal investigation, and to discuss that in further detail, I'd have to rely on case evidence-based specifics, and it's not appropriate this time to do that.
Sean O'Shea with Global News. To the detective or to the deputy chief, was this accused, was he still in command right up until the time he was arrested, or had he been discharged prior to that?
My understanding is he retired early in 2025, prior to both the regulatory investigation and the criminal investigation.
And from a policing perspective, How do you think somebody could get away with it for so long? You dated this back to 2009. He clearly had been hired. He clearly was working and was licensed to a degree. How could somebody pull it off for 2009, since 2009?
Again, I appreciate your question. As I said, this is a criminal investigation. What I can tell you is this: fraud offenses and fraud-related offenses are predicated on deceit. It's this deceit that sometimes causes these fraud-related offenses to continue for very long periods of time and go undetected.
Thank you.
Maybe just jump in there and compliment a couple of things, not commenting on this particular investigation specifically, but originally to the first question, why would a person initiate false reports? And again, not about this case specifically, but what we find is generally people do that when they're trying to cover their tracks. And so, that would be a strong motivator there. How are people able to get away with fraud for so long? The very foundation of that offense is deceit and trickery. They become very good at it. And so it's not uncommon, as you heard from the detective sergeant, for fraud to continue for years and years and years. But also very similar is eventually it catches up to you. And then that's when we get involved. And we're thankful that we're able to do that in this case.
So, Ali Chiasson from CBC Toronto. Air Canada has said that nobody's life was in danger with something like this, and they also say that the pilot was he was otherwise fully licensed and trained, and he exceeded, he demonstrated a high level of competency to safety, and yet this additional license is required. Can you give us some insight as to why this additional license is so important?
Happy to do that. And yeah, I did see the statement that was released by Air Canada, and I'm not going to comment on that. But the way that I reconcile it in my own mind in terms of how you can explain this to the layman is this is very similar to a doctor that is licensed to practice family medicine, but is doing brain surgery in their office. There's additional requirements and regulations to professional designations that exist for a reason. And so that would be my opinion in this circumstance.
Very good, very good answer.
Raza with the Canadian Press. Just a follow-up question to that. Air Canada said that safety was not compromised. Do police investigators
Safety
have a
was
reason
not
to believe the
compromised.
same, or is there a difference in belief?
I would maybe just repeat my previous answer. Regulations, licensing requirements, they exist for a reason. They exist to keep people safe. And when we breach those, not only when we breach them, but when we misrepresent the qualifications that we have, to me, that's a safety issue. And again, very similar, there are a variety of different medical practitioners that are authorized to practice different types of medicine, but they are authorized and regulated, and they need those requirements in order to do it.
Tarun Kumar from Omni News. So Air Canada claims that they usually check the license twice a year. So how this license have been gone so in so many years unnoticed, and what do you want to say about that?
Again, like I mentioned, fraud is based on deceit. So it did go on for a period of time. Any questions with respect to safety or licensing history, I direct you to either Transport Canada or the employer Air Canada.
You also mentioned about the victims and the witnesses' testimonies in your speech. How did they know that they are the victims, and what did they witness when they testified it?
I can't discuss those details at this time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Ryan, CP24. Nice work, Deputy, by your officers. So he did not have, the allegations are that he did not have an airline transport pilot license. Was he licensed to fly the airplanes that he was flying?
Thank you, Steve. Not as captain.
Can you distinguish the difference there, not as captain or as a co-pilot? Maybe it's not in your...
I would refer you to Transport Canada for those details.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I'd reiterate what Joe Warmington from the Toronto Sun. Great investigation, important investigation. A quick look at this accused online, it indicates a past time in the Canadian Armed Forces, also teaching at a college in Barrie. And there were pictures of him when you were first put his name up, and they're now being taken down. So obviously they weren't aware at the college of the investigation, but is this investigation ongoing to find out if those licensing, there's also a picture of the accused flying a helicopter as well, and apparently having a license for flying a helicopter. Is there more to come, or is it closed now?
I would expect there's potentially more to come, not necessarily from us, but from other regulatory bodies. You know, it's a concerning issue, and I don't imagine that it ends here. I'm sure there'll be professional repercussions for him as well. And then the other thing I would like to do is maybe just very quickly from, and again, by no stretch of the imagination, experts like have investigated this, but to Steve Ryan's original question. The difference really becomes, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is he was licensed to fly, he was a commercial pilot. So he's able to fly certain types of planes with regulations that are attached to that. He was not licensed to fly passengers, not licensed to fly passengers internationally, you know, on 777, 767, 787s, and tens of thousands of passengers. So that's where the differentiation becomes between being able to fly without passengers versus flying for a commercial airline.
I just have a quick follow-up. It's important too. Just in the investigation side of it, I missed the very beginning, so maybe you had some of it, but how did you get on this and how did you investigate this? What was the process there?
Transport Canada contacted Peel Regional Police in 2026 to brief us on the findings of its regulatory investigation. Any questions in relation to Transport Canada's regulatory investigation? I would refer you to Transport Canada.
Have you ever had a case like this before?
This is a unique and unusual case.
Yeah, Graham First from the Brampton Guardian and Mississauga News. Just curious, this pilot or just the accused must have operated in other jurisdictions, other airports. Is there any potential of him facing charges in other jurisdictions or federally?
I'm not aware of any investigations outside of this one with respect to his flying airplanes as a captain with Air Canada.
And how did Peel Police become the jurisdiction like that? Was the investigating jurisdiction?
The accused is based out of Pearson International Airport, which is in the city of Mississauga.
Peter Edwards, Toronto Star. So these are federal charges with prison time. Is that what we're looking at?
The regulations that were breached, those are federal jurisdiction. Because the offenses occurred within our jurisdiction, they are local charges. In terms of the time or sentencing, really can't comment on that. That'll be something that is determined through the court process and disposition.
Okay, if there's no more questions, that concludes the press conference for the morning. We thank you all for attending. Thank you.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣੀ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਤਾਂ ਸੀਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਡਾਏ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਉਹਨੇ ਉਡਾ ਲਏ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਡਿਸੀਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਛੁਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਸਾਰੀ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਔਰ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਕੱਲ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ what information Air Canada has shared। Air Canada ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ ਆਈ ਸੀ, ਜਿਸ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਮੌਂਟਰੀਅਲ ਤੋਂ, Air Canada comments on monetary penalty imposed on former pilot for incorrect license. Today issued the following comment on a monetary penalty Transport Canada has imposed. और इसका safety was not compromised. पहली चीज लिखी, safety was not compromised by this incident because all pilots at Air Canada undergo mandatory recurrent training every 6 months to validate their flying competency, including a flight check with the certified Transport Canada check pilot every 12 months. ਪਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਇੱਥੇ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੈਲੀਡੇਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫਲਾਈਂਗ ਕੰਪੀਟੈਂਸੀ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼, ਸੋ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ? ਇਹ ਬੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਰੈੱਡ ਫਲੈਗ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਏਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੀ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ, ਏਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ however appropriate licensing is an essential layer of the airline industry's multi-layered approach to safety, so Air Canada takes this matter with utmost seriousness. It has undertaken an audit of its pilot group and found no other instance of non-compliance. Also, pilot licenses are cross-checked by a certified check pilot twice a year as part of the recurrent checks and training, and Air Canada has reinforced its administrative practices when physically verifying licenses. This includes verifying the original documents issued by Transport Canada. However, although both captains and the first officers are trained to operate aircraft, regulation requires the captains of large aircraft operated by airlines in Canada hold an airline transport pilot license, ATPL, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕੈਪਟਨ ਜਾਂ ਫਸਟ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਡ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ 에ਅਰਕ੍ਰਾਫਟ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਰੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰੈਗੂਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ATPL ਲੈਣਾ। ATPL ਹੈ Airline Transport Pilot License, obtained by passing a series of written exams. This individual who had been promoted to captain lacked the mandatory ATPL for the position. Immediately upon Air Canada's discovery of this, the individual was removed from the active duty and the company voluntarily reported the matter to the Transport Canada. The former pilot is no longer employed by Air Canada due to the privacy and active criminal investigation. Air Canada is unable to provide further comment on this matter. ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਫਰਦਰ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਏਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਾਰਵਰਡ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਅੱਗੇ ਏਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਏਅਰਲਾਈਨ ਦਿਸ ਦੈਟ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਬਲਾ ਬਲਾ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਖਤਰਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ CBC ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾਈ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਸਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਗੋਲੀ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਕਤਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟੌਪ ਗੈਂਗ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਸੀ। ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਟੌਪ ਗੈਂਗ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਸੀ ਅਲੈਜਿਡਲੀ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਡ ਫਲੈਗ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ 'ਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ। ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਨੇ। ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕ। ਜੈਂਡਰ ਇਕੁਇਟੀ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਰੈਚੀ ਵਾਲਡੇਜ਼, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਲੋਕ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਦੇ। ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Je suis ravie d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui sous ce soleil décomplexé. Nous sommes entourés, bien entourés de vous, members of parliament from all parties, senators, our Prime Minister, le très honorable Mark Carney. Et je ne l'ai pas vu, mais on m'a confirmé que Madame Diana Fox-Carney était également parmi nous aujourd'hui. C'est réjouissant de vous voir en si grand nombre réunis sur la colline du Parlement pour marquer le début de la saison de la fierté au Canada. Une saison qui en chevauche deux, le printemps et l'été. On peut y voir là un symbole de trait d'union. Je laisse 3 petits points ici. Une saison qui se veut ponctuée de célébration, de réflexion et de solidarité. L'occasion aussi d'honorer la résilience, de saluer le talent, de reconnaître les précieuses contributions des communautés LGBTQ2AIA+, à notre pays. En ces temps troubles, où il reste encore du travail à accomplir tous ensemble, pour qu'on puisse célébrer un Canada où toutes les personnes puissent évoluer en sécurité, dans la dignité et dans la pleine expression de leurs identités. Monsieur le Premier ministre, je vais me permettre de vous citer. On fait un petit retour dans le temps. Last year, June 10, 2025, I quote, "The fact that we are raising this flag sur la colline du Parlement means that love already won." Monsieur le Premier ministre, je fais, comme des milliers d'autres, le choix de vous croire. Do you? C'est avec beaucoup d'émotion que j'accueille une personne très importante pour rendre hommage et marquer le coup d'envoi de ces célébrations. La vénérable aînée, Madame Verna McGregor, va pouvoir nous accompagner avec bienveillance et lumière dans le début de ces célébrations. Merci, Madame McGregor.
Madame Verna McGregor. Bonjour à toutes et tous. Allô, Kwekakina. Hop. Madame Verna McGregor, c'est pas trop tall.
ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਸ਼ਣ ਸੋ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਗੋ देयर ਔਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਾ ਹੋਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਾਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਈਆਂ ਲੈਟਸ ਜਸਟ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦਿਸ
There we go. Alors, c'est le moment. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure. I would like to thank Elder McGregor for opening this ceremony in the good, where'd she go? Good way. She's opening, are you opening another ceremony? She's gone. She did amazing yesterday for the Governor General. It is thank you, Rob, for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be joined by members of the Canadian Pride Caucus, MPs, senators, the deputy leader of the opposition, Mr. Landsman, thank you for being here. Staffers, fellow Canadians, visitors, all of us proudly soon under the Pride flag, some of you under smaller versions of the Pride flag. Il y a près de 50 ans, le drapeau de la vérité. Ce n'est pas vrai, c'est pas vrai. Il y a près de 50 ans que le drapeau... C'est un moment, merci beaucoup pour ça, mais c'est un moment de la célébration, c'est un moment de fierté. Il y a près de 50 ans, avec un message simple et universel, il y a presque 11 ans, que... OK, on va... OK, c'est 11. Je suis un politicien. C'est 10? Non, c'est 11. Alors, presque 20. Non. Vous êtes... Our fundamental insight as a country is that unity does not require uniformity. That our strengths to be nurtured, not risks to be managed. That the visibility of our differences is not an obstacle to belonging, but a substance of our mutual respect. Now, our country didn't arrive here easily or quickly. Progress, and it's not always guaranteed. And the 2S LGBTQI+ community has had to fight, be clear, has had to fight for every inclusion, every mark of representation, every right, every freedom, every measure of equality. It was within my short, I'd like to say short lifetime, but within my short lifetime, the Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau amended the criminal code to decriminalize homosexuality in Canada. Three decades later, over 3 decades later, 2005, Parliament passed the Civil Marriage Act, making Canada one of the first countries in the world to recognize marriage equality and make it the law of the land. We've continued to make progress in the years that followed. Openly queer Canadians have served and are serving as mayors, cabinet ministers, senators, premiers, because again and again, 2S LGBTQI+ people refuse to accept a system that did not see you, hear you, or reflect you. Because brave individuals met discrimination with determination, adversity with resilience, and shame with pride. Now, malheureusement, cette histoire et cette lutte ne sont pas terminées. Nous vivons dans un monde plus dangereux, plus divisé et plus intolérant. Les droits durement acquis des communautés de LGBTQI+, ne sont pas seulement menacés, ils sont en train de reculer à travers le monde. Le Canada n'est pas à l'abri de cette haine. Même ici, même maintenant, des jeunes et des adultes vivent encore dans la crainte d'être véritablement eux-mêmes. Au Canada, les personnes de LGBTQI+ restent sous-représentées dans notre démocratie et sont bien plus exposées à la violence au sein de leur communauté. Cela dit, comme j'ai dit, la fierté est une célébration, mais c'est aussi un engagement, celui de rester vigilant quant à ce que nous devons protéger, d'être honnête face au travail qui reste à faire et d'être déterminé à l'accomplir. Our government is determined that everyone who wants to celebrate Pride can do so safely. In the last budget, we committed ongoing, stable funding to ensure safe Pride parades across the country. And I'm looking forward to taking advantage of that in a few short weeks. We're working directly with organizations such as Fierté Canada Pride to help parades meet the costs of that increased security. And while Pride season comes and goes, our commitment to ensuring safety and dignity does not. That's why we've committed $47 million towards the 2S LGBTQI+ Community Capacity Fund. And I want to thank the Minister of Women and Gender Equality, Richie Valdez, for her leadership in committing that financing. It's financing that will help organizations across this great country build the skills, the resources, the capacity they need for even greater impact. Over 110 projects, over 300 partnerships across Canada. Grâce à ce fonds, les organisations communautaires ont été en mesure d'offrir des programmes, des services et de soutien de plus de 100 000 personnes. 100 000 personnes. Nous bâtissons un Canada qui n'est pas seulement fort, mais bon. Un Canada qui n'est pas seulement prospère, mais juste. Un Canada qui n'est pas réservé à quelques-uns la plupart du temps, mais qui est pour tous, tout le temps. You know, I'll finish by observing that the creator of this flag, the Pride flag's creator, Gilbert Baker, once said, "We are a global tribe. We exist absolutely everywhere, but we are not free everywhere. When he created this flag, he didn't trademark it because he felt it belongs to everyone, everywhere. So we raise the flag in a few moments as a symbol of that belonging, as a moment of celebration, yes, but also as an act of vigilance and as a beacon to all of those who are not yet free. For those of us who are now living freely, may it also be a reminder of the responsibilities that come with that freedom, to defend them against those who would diminish them, and to keep building a better, more just, more inclusive Canada, open to welcoming who we all are and open to all that we can be. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Wow.
ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਥੱਲੇ। ਪਾਇਲਟ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਚ ਗਏ ਆ, ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੈਟ ਯੂ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਸੋਰਸ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ 'ਚ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ। Just give me only 1 minute.
All doing well. Bonjour tout le monde. I hope you're wearing sunblock. Thank you to the Prime Minister for your words and your leadership. And it's an honor for us to also be joined with Madame Diana Fox-Carney. And I'm so happy that both of you are sharing this moment with us. Before I begin, I want to make sure to thank Elder Verna McGregor for opening today's event and for sharing your wisdom with all of us. Thank you to our MC, Senator Martine Hébert, Pride Caucus co-chairs Ernie Klassen and Senator Christopher Wells, and PS Rob Oliphant. Thank you all for your tireless advocacy for the
Let me just share that information with you. ਜਿਹੜੀ confirmation Donald Trump ਨੇ confirm ਕੀਤਾ। Let me take this one out. ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੋਲ ਗਏ। So it's done deal. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਬਰ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ that's a breaking news. ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਅਪਾਚੀ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਪਾਚੀ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਥੱਲੇ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ here is the confirmation. Just 1 second. ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਅੱਧੀ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣੇ ਜਸਟ ਹੁਣੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਥੱਲੇ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਅਪਾਚੀ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ। That's the breaking news. ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ, ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ, ਸੀਮਸ ਲਾਈਕ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਗਸ਼ਤ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ। Let me just get you more information. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ he shared this information. ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention, President DJT. ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਫॉर ਨਾਓ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੁੱਟਤਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਯੈਸ, ਇੱਕ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਫਾਰਸੀ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ Trump's claim Iran has shot down our helicopter. Trump, last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly, ਜੋ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਲੇਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਬਟ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟ ਕਲੇਮ ਫਰੋਮ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਡਾ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੇਂਜ ਦ ਹੈਡਲਾਈਨ here. Just 1 second. It's a big news. It's a big news कि Apache helicopter ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਕਨਫਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਵਿਦ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ। ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਡ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਡ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਹੋਏਗਾ। let me check CENTCOM. ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਨੇ MB ਗਾਲਿਬ, ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਬਗੇਰ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਟਵੀਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਪੁੱਲ ਦੈਟ ਟਵੀਟ ਆਊਟ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਆਫਟਰ ਲੋਸਟ ਐਟ ਸੀ। ਓਕੇ, ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਕੀਤਾ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ 6 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਟਵੀਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰ ਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਟਵੀਟ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਵਾਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ? ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ? ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਬਿਗ ਥਿੰਗ। ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਲਾਈਵ ਦੇਅਰ। ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ US ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ। US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ US Army crew safely rescued after helicopter lost at sea. US Army crew safely rescued after helicopter lost at sea at 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time on June 8. 2 crew members from a US Army AH-64 Apache were rescued by American forces after their helicopter went down near the coast of Oman while patrolling regional waters. The soldiers were safely rescued within appropriate 2 hours and are in stable condition. The cause of the incident is under investigation. Rescue efforts were led by the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and the 82nd Airborne Division with support from U.S. Air Force and Navy units, including U.S. 5th Fleet Task Force 59. So this news is confirmed कि US ਦੇ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਗਵਾਚ ਗਿਆ, lost ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਡਿੱਗ ਗਿਆ, whatever reason. Investigation ਕਹਿੰਦੇ is under the cause of the incident is under investigation. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ, ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਫ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ. It's very clear. It's very clear ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ. Let me just check ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਕਿਤੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਪੁਰਾਣੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਹੀ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਜਿਸ ਖਬਰ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ ਨੇ, MB ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ. ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ, ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਨੇ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਨੇ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਬਗੇਰ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਫਰ ਦ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਆਫ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਬਟ ਵੀ ਸਪੀਕ ਅਦਰ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ far more fluently, break your commitment and will switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled. ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 36 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ. ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ 100 days have passed since the national jihad that rose up to preserve the life blood of Iran. God's greetings upon you who warmed Iran's back, disheartened the enemy and pulled the country from the jaws of ferocious wolves that had bared their teeth to force the submission of Islamic Iran. Long live Iran and long live the resistance of the great Iranian nation. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਬਟ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, we prefer the language of diplomacy but we speak other languages far more fluently, break your commitments and will switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled. ਬੜੀ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਵੀਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਇੱਕ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਟਰੁਥ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਬੋਇੰਗ ਮੈਕਡੋਨਲਡ ਡਗਲਸ ਹਿਊਜ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਟਵਿਨ ਟਰਬੋ ਸ਼ੈਫਟ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਔਰ ਬੜਾ ਸੋਫਿਸਟੀਕੇਟਡ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਸੁੱਟ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ. I'll show you some of the pictures. ਕਿੱਡਾ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੱਲੇ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ. I'll show you some of the pictures. ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਲੱਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਹ ਲੱਦੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ. ਇਹ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ this is just for the reference. The picture which I am going to share with you is just only for the reference. It's not the confirmed image of that Apache, but this is, but just for your reference, it's an Apache helicopter. And the same Apache, AH-64, the one which was confirmed by AH-64 Apache, US CENTCOM. This one. You can see yourself. ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ-ਕਿਹੜੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਲੱਦੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ. ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਲੱਦੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਇਹ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਹੋਊਗਾ, ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੀ ਉੱਡਦੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਆਰਕਾਈਵ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ। ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੋਜ਼ some of the footages with you ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਘਾਤਕ ਔਰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਐਂਡ let me share some of the videos with you ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਘਾਤਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਘਾਤਕ ਹੈ। It's archive footage just as I said for your reference only। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੈ Apache ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ। This is archive। ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਡਾਊਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਗੱਲ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਦਲਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਧੀ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ ਟਾਰਮੈਕ ਤੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਟਾਰਮੈਕ ਤੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਚੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਐਂਡ I'll try to get some more information on that। ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ, ਆਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਵੇਲੇ, ਅੱਧੀ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, I'm going to share that with you। Let me just take you to that press conference ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੀ ਹੁਣ ਜੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਵਧੇਗੀ? I'm not sure ਕਿ ਕੀ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਰਾਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਮਿਡਨਾਈਟ ਗੈਗਲ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। What is that? I'm going to share here ਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦਰਅਸਲ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਸੀ।
We all had a lot of fun. It was great to watch. Very talented players. We have ongoing negotiations in Iran and with Iran. That hasn't stopped. And we could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now, but I think it's going well. The blockade continues to hold 100%. Nothing is getting through our blockade. No oil, no income, no nothing. Nothing's getting through the blockade. We have our great Secretary of the Interior, and we have Lee Zeldin, as you know, Environment. And you might give him a little update on what we're doing with a few different things, as long as we're here with the news, with the media. See, I'm being very nice tonight, the media. In California, I hear they speeded the process up a little bit, and they had a good result, one good result out of two. Doug, would you like to say a couple of words?
Well, I would just say on the Middle East, President Trump has all the leverage, and I'm confident we're going to come out of this with a great deal. In terms of getting ready for the spectacular celebration of our amazing country, our 250th, with President Trump's safe and beautiful in D.C. What's been accomplished, want to give a shout out to everybody that works for the National Park, the U.S. Park Police, but, cleaning up dozens and dozens of monuments, dozens of fountains back working again. The reflecting pool, which you've all known, is near completion. It's going to be ready before the UFC event at the end of this week. So everything's going great on that front. The city's never looked better. And President Trump, I think you've said you call them love letters. You've got more love letters on about the fountains and the beauty of the city than ever before. But how fitting as we go into our 250th that President Trump personally getting involved in making sure that our capital reflects the greatness of our country, because it's not decline is a choice, and President Trump has shown a blueprint for every American city, every mayor in this country that's got a large metro, that's got a homeless problem, that's got a graffiti problem, that's got a crime problem. He's played out a blueprint of how you solve that, and that's the real lesson here.
Well, and I have to tell you that the main thing is there's very little crime now in DC. It was a crime haven a year and a half ago. Very little crime. Soon, I think it'll be almost no crime whatsoever. So I want to thank really the National Guard, the DC Police. We work very closely with them, and they do as we ask, and they've been terrific, really terrific. And we have very, very little crime. Also, Memphis, and if you look at New Orleans in Louisiana, they're down 77%. Memphis is down 74%. And I would say DC is down 95%. DC has become very safe and very beautiful. The grass is new, much of the grass. You know, grass has a life just like a human being has a life, and it hadn't been changed in 100 years. But you see there's nobody sleeping on the beautiful parks. The wire and fences are all taken down. And DC is very safe, and it's also become very beautiful. The reflective lake, as we call it, the reflective, beautiful reflective lake. I mean, it's like a mirror, and that's filling up now, still filling up. And the work, and we increased the scope quite a bit. We've taken care of now all of the sidewalk and everything around the lake, because we have to bring it into the same shape. And a lot of it's granite. We sandblasted. It looks beautiful. And we had 22 different fountains, all of which didn't work for 40 or 50 years. They were loaded up with graffiti, and because of the Department of Interior working with me and some other people that are into it, we want to beautify. We have one of the most beautiful capitals in the world, and doing a really good job. So of the 22, not one of them worked for 40 or 50 years. Now every one of the 22 worked, and I think we have a couple of more to go, don't we?
We're doing ribbon cuttings almost every other day, and fabulous to see all these coming back online. But what's most exciting is to see how much the people that live in Washington, D.C. and visit Washington, D.C. love coming to a safe and beautiful city. And I think it really reflects what we're celebrating here at our 250 is not just gratitude for the past and respect for all that's gone before us, but it's inspiration for the future. People come and see what America can be.
You know, it's a little bit just sitting here and talking, or standing here and talking to you. And we have a lot of respect for a lot of the people before me. I know some of you very well. But take a look at that plane. See that plane? That's in perfect mint condition. Take a look at that. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? And everything should look that way. We work with the military. We do a real job. If you look at the polish, look at everything is beautiful. And that's the way we want DC. And some people would laugh or smile at it, but there's nothing to smile at. So DC's become really safe and really, really beautiful. And we have some great things planned, like the promenade. We've got a promenade at the Lincoln Museum, at Lincoln, and you have to see this. This will be one of the most beautiful things. The Lincoln Memorial is going to be unbelievable. It was supposed to front on the Potomac, and they built two highways behind it. And we're taking care of that by bridging over the highways. It's going to be beautiful what they're doing there. So we have some really, and the Ark will be maybe the greatest thing. I think the ballroom, but a combination of the ballroom and the Ark will be the two greatest projects of them all. So we've got a lot of exciting things happening. Getting back to other things like jobs numbers, we have record jobs. We have more people working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. And you see the numbers on the stock exchange. We had just today 73 records. We have 73 new highs. So out of my short 1.5 years, we've had 73 brand new highs on the various stock exchanges, and that's a record. Nobody's ever had anything like that, and that's during a military conflict. So pretty amazing. And even the oil and gas, it's lower during a military conflict than it was during the Biden administration. And they didn't have that because to them it was okay that Iran has a nuclear weapon. And I say it's not okay. So the B-2 bombers did a big job and a great job. And we have got that in very good control. They will not have a nuclear weapon. Okay. Could I ask Lee? He's done an incredible job, as you know. The environment is good, and he's approving more plans than any human being, I think, has ever approved anywhere in the world. We have more factories going up, car plants, AI plants. We have about $18 trillion being invested in the United States, which is a record by far. There's never been anything like it. Many, many times more than the last administration. I won't get into the numbers. The numbers are astronomical. But in the history of the world, there has never been a country that's had $18 trillion invested in it, and that's in 11 months. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion over a period of 4 years. We have 18 trillion in 11 months. We haven't gotten the final numbers on the 12th month, which will be very good. Lee, do you want to say something?
Sure. Well, you know, the Spurs, they have some good players. Wembayama, Castle did well tonight, but I'm still going with the Knicks. I think that they're going to pull it off. And Mr. President, it was awesome to be able to spend the night with you. The energy was amazing. Jim Dolan was a great host. But this Knicks team, I mean, OG Anunoby was fantastic. Jalen Brunson's Mr. Clutch. They have great heart. So I'm feeling good about how that series is going. I'm going Knicks in 5. I feel like it's a resilient, strong team.
He knew every player.
They're going to come out for Game 4, and they are going to deliver. Oh, I don't know. We're busy with a lot of important stuff right now at EPA.
Like a war.
There's a lot of important stuff going on, but I happen to be in New York. We were just in Binghamton earlier today, where we believe that we should build a new Constitution pipeline to deliver natural gas from Pennsylvania to New England. We believe that New York should reverse its ban on the extraction of natural gas.
We're getting held up by the governor of New York. She made a deal with us to allow us to build it, and she's holding it up. And Connecticut is suffering, and all of New England is suffering, and upstate New York is really suffering. And this is a pipeline that goes very substantially underground that nobody's going to see. And the people of New England and others are paying among the highest prices anywhere in the world, frankly. If you look at throughout the world, because we have a governor that just doesn't allow it. This has gone on for a long time. And we made a deal with her, and she broke the deal. We made a deal. We were going to give her a couple of windmills someplace because she likes windmills, which is a big mistake. And we made the deal. So I guess we're withdrawing those windmills. But she gave us 2, one going out to Long Island, which is now under construction, and one going to New England. And the big one going to New England, the people in New England are paying a fortune for energy because of the fact that New York, for decades, has stopped the pipeline. So we made a deal with the governor, and she broke the deal.
Speaking of New York, did you see Mayor Mamdani at the game?
I did not, no.
What did you think of the reception you got from the Knicks fans tonight?
I thought it great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think, mostly cheers. It was loud, and it was very enthusiastic.
Mr. President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that. I don't think he does, actually.
Mr. President, what did you say to Prime Minister Netanyahu when you spoke to him?
We had a very good conversation, and he was hit, and he hit back, and I can't blame him for that, but he was hit, he hit back, and now they've called it quits, so they're gonna just leave each other alone for another week or something. It's been going on for a long time. You could say about 3,000 years if you really want, but certainly it's been going on for 47 years. But no, he hit back. They were going back and forth, and now they both agreed through me to stop. And we're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
Did you ask them not to hit back?
No, I said do what's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can. because they have to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon, and it has to stop. We want to get it finished.
There's a report that an Army helicopter went down in the Strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots
This
are
one.
fine, yeah.
And was that,
Nobody
you know, what
injured.
brought it down?
We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine, yeah. We're in the final.
ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਵਨ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਆਸਕ ਦ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ 2 ਵਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਅਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਜੀ 2 ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਕਹੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹਾ ਕਹੀਏ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ
Throws of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
Did you ask them not to hit that?
No, I said do what's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can because they have to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon, and it has to stop. We want to get it finished.
There's a report that an Army helicopter went down in the Strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And was that,
Nobody
you know,
injured.
what brought it down?
We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine, yeah.
Sir, did you say 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 weeks? that
2 or
you'll be
3
signing?
days.
You'll be signing a peace agreement?
No, we have a good chance of doing it. We should be able to do it in 1 hour, if you want to know the truth.
What's the biggest sticking point right now?
I don't think there are any sticking points. I think we're very close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal. If we go and bomb, which we can do very easily if we want, and we spend another 2 or 3 weeks bombing, they'll have nothing left whatsoever, but you won't have the Strait open for months. If we do the bombing, you know, a lot of people are going to be killed. Who wants to do that? I don't. And we'll have a signed document that's actually stronger than doing the bombing. What has proven to be a very powerful thing is the blockade. The blockades turned out to be much stronger than bombing. And it was really a combination. It was our initial thrust and then the blockade. But, you know, their economy is really suffering and they're going to make a deal. They are talking about it. We're trying to get the Penn Station project approved. And I know Lee's involved and Doug is involved. A lot of people are involved. It's a very big project. It's the rail station in New York.
What were you saying with Mr. Garwood tonight? Did you and him talk about it at all? Or?
We did. We talked about it. He's a friend of mine for a long time, and he's a great guy. He's done a fantastic job.
Secretary Duffy was also at the game tonight. Commissioner Silver
Just now, he came over to pay his respects. You know, as president, he came over. We talked a little bit about the NBA and about the game, and the game's changed. I said it's gotten rougher, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. It's gotten rougher. When you look at the way they guard people now, I don't remember them doing that 10 years ago. And he knows a lot about basketball, but it's good. It's good for the game.
Do you think the NBA
It's a
turned
tougher
away
game.
from the left wing stuff that they were getting criticized for?
Well, it's a little left wing. Yeah, I think so. It tends to be a little bit left wing, but it's great entertainment. Great.
Is there an oil or gasoline price, sir, in this conflict that would prompt you to release more from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
Well, we are releasing more from a lot of oil's coming out of the Hormuz Strait. A lot of it is coming out. And if you notice, the price is not very high, relatively speaking. I mean, it's lower than during the Biden administration. And he wasn't stopping a country from having a nuclear weapon. He didn't even know what we were talking about because they had a very failed, you know, the JCPOA was an absolutely failed agreement. There was a road to a nuclear weapon. See, we're the exact opposite. We are a road to absolutely no nuclear weapon. They were a road to a nuclear weapon. So we have that, you know, we're very far advanced.
Sir, a federal judge today struck down the $100,000 fee for the H-1B visas, saying you need congressional approval. Are you going to push for Congress to do this?
These federal judges are really giving us a hard time. It's really crazy what's going on with the court system. They are giving us a very, very hard time, and they shouldn't be doing it. They're hurting our country very badly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਗੈਗਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਅੱਧੀ ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਪਾਇਲਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ। ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ 'ਚ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਸੁੱਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ Iranian shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over Strait of Hormuz. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਲੱਭੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਭੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਇਹਦਾ। ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਥਿੰਕ ਸੋ ਕੋਈ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਜਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਦਾ ਐਲਾਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਵੀ ਕੈਨ ਮੇਬੀ, ਵੀ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ, ਲੈਟਸ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ ਕਾਨ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ, KAN ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ $3 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਆਬੂ ਧਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਆ, $3 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ ਔਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਨਾ ਕਰੇ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਡਾਈਸੀ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਲੱਗਦੀਆਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਦਿਸ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਸਦਰਨ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਮਾਤਰਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਥਿਆਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਖੀਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੀ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੇ ਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ਖੀਰਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਰਟਸ, ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਪ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਪ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ। ਵੀ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਮ ਟੂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ IDF ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। 2-3 ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਆਹ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੀ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਨੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ। ਜਸਟ ਵਨ ਸੈਕ ਗਾਇਸ, ਕਿ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਬਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ। ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਬਸ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਲ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਫॉर ਯੂ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ yes, let me just open this for you. इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्स की कह रही है, इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्स ने एक वीडियो जड़ा जारी किया, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 90 सेकंड्स का वीडियो है, और ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਹੈ, look at this, a वीडियो जारी किया, the audio नहीं है, Hezbollah weapon storage facility in the area of Zawatar al-Karbiya। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਰੂਦੀ ਸੁਰੰਗਾਂ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ रॉकेट लॉन्चर, मैगजीन्स और एक वीडियो जिहड़ी है जारी की गई है IDF के वालों, इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्स के वालों। इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्स ने यह वीडियो जिहड़ी है जारी की है, नाल एक तस्वीर जारी की है जिस उन्होंने कहा कि बच्चों का क्रिब जिहड़ा वो नाल हैगा। सदਰਨ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ इस हिस्से ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਜ਼ਖੀਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਥਿਆਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਫੜਿਆ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦਾ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਟੈਰੀਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਵੜਿਆ। ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦਾ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਟੈਰੀਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਵੜਿਆ। ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਐਸਕਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਹੁਣ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ, he told his cabinet ਕਿ maybe they have to now go alone on Iran without any direct support from US. Some news channels are confirming, I mean the independent sources are confirming this as well. I don't think that Trump want to drag this war anymore. I don't think so. Let me just show you the Hezbollah member. It's claimed to be Hezbollah member. Tehran District 6, Central Tehran District 6. There has been some powerful explosion heard in that area. Fatemi Square, near Fatemi Square, Jihad Square. मैं कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जड़ा ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ IRGC ਦੇ ਹੈਂਡਲਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਧਮਕੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ IDF ਦੀ ਗਿਵੈਟੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਗੇਡ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਇਹ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਲੱਭੇ ਆ। ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਲੱਭੇ ਆ। ਗਿਵੈਤੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਗੇਡ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਦੱਸਿਆ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਕਲੇਮ, ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਕਲੇਮ ਕਿ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨੇ ਇਨਫਿਲਟਰੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਰਮੀਮ ਰਿਜ ਏਰੀਆ ਹੈ, ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 3 ਕੁ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੜਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ।
Lebanon. That's Lebanon right here. There's lots of military presence. There's some checkpoints. The town that I'm in has a lockdown. All the towns are still.
This video claims to be
approximately 5 minutes from here.
Hezbollah infiltration into the Israeli
infiltrated
area.
We spotted by the IDF and was eliminated very quickly. There was fears of a second infiltrator, but according to the parents of what I'm seeing right now, there is no second infiltrator.
So let me just share this information ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਓਪਨ ਸੋਰਸ ਇੰਟੈਲ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਓਪਨ ਸੋਰਸ ਇੰਟੈਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ IDF ਨੇ ਆਲ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ। there is no longer any suspicion of additional terrorist infiltration in the area. ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੱਡੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਖੁਦ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਤਸਲੀਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੱਛਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਧਰੋਂ CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ CNN ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੋ let me show you CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ 16 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਪਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ let me share it with you from the directly from the source CNN ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਹੈ CNN ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਲੇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਦੋ US officials Iranian drone brought down US Army helicopter US official says ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਲਿਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ US officials ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜ਼ੈਕਰੀ ਕੋਹਨ ਹੈਲੀ ਬ੍ਰਟਸਕੀ ਔਰ ਕੇਵਿਨ ਲਿਪਟੈਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ and the two US officials said the army helicopter down off the coast of Oman was brought down by an Iranian drone ਤੇ ਦੋ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਗਿਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਇਹ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਡਰੋਨਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗਿਰਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਅੱਛਾ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ separate source familiar with the incident said Iranian Shahid drone struck the US helicopter. You can't say ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਦੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ US ਦੇ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਦੋ ਜਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਯਕੀਨ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਨਾ ਕਰੀਏ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਗਿਰਾਈ ਹੈ just one second ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ CNN ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ US ਦਾ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਡਿੱਗ ਗਿਆ just one second ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਗਿਰ ਗਿਆ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚਰਚਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ USA ਦੇ US military said earlier Tuesday the helicopter's two crew members were rescued by an uncrewed drone boat US ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੱਢ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ US CENTCOM ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ that's not something new what is new is ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ similar to this plane this fighter Apache helicopter US ਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ CNN ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ two US officials said the army helicopter downed of the coast of Oman was brought down by an Iranian drone. A separate source familiar with the incident said an Iranian Shahid drone or Shaheed drone struck the US helicopter. The helicopter's 2 crew members were rescued by an uncrewed drone boat, the US military said earlier Tuesday. President Donald Trump posted on social media that the US military informed us that the Iran shot down an Army Apache helicopter and that the US must respond. ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. Look at this, as I said. ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਨੇ last night. And I already, he categorically mentioned this thing in the last midnight gaggle as well, in the press gaggle. ਕਿ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸੈਂਟਕਾਮ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਸੀ. ਸੋ ਨਾਓ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟ must of necessity respond to this attack. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਸ਼ਾਟ ਡਾਊਨ one of the highly sophisticated, CNN ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ. ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਕਲੇਮ ਨੂੰ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਲਾਇਆ. ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਬਗੈਰ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ Speaker of the Assembly, Speaker of the Parliament, Iranian Parliament, he said, we prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse, you saddled. That's what he said, just after the confirmation by US President Donald Trump. But on the other side, आज ਜਿਹੜੀ news है कि 2 US ਦੇ officials ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ CNN ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ. It's a big news. Iran's one-way Shahed drones are known to fly low and slow, a feature that makes them more able to evade air defense than ballistic missiles. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ CNN ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ. ਸੋ CNN ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਦਿਖਦਾ. CNN ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਾਂ CNN ਦਾ ਇਹ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਹੈ, I should say, CNN ਦਾ ਇਹ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹ 2 US ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਦੇ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ. ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਦੇ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ. ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੀ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਫਰੈਸ਼ 에ਅਰ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਟਾਇਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅੱਜ, ਔਰ ਇਵੈਕੂਏਸ਼ਨ ਆਰਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਸਿਟੀ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ ਕੁਆਰਟਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਵੈਕੂਏਸ਼ਨ ਅਲਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਸਮ ਆਫ ਦ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਇਫ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਚੈਨਲਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗੈਟ ਸਮ ਮੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਨ ਦੈਟ. ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤੇ 2 ਸਸਪੀਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਏਰੀਅਲ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਸਦਰਨ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ. ਐਕਸੀਅਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ senior US official tells Axios that a military investigation determined that an Iranian drone struck the AH-64 Apache over the Strait of Hormuz, causing it to crash. Though the official said the investigation has not yet determined whether that was an intentional action by Iran. ये जानबूझ के मारा गया या कि I don't know इनको कितना देखा जाए कितना ना देखा जाए. What is the current state of Strait of Hormuz? Let me just take you to that place. Strait of Hormuz the current situation की है. That Strait of Hormuz. मैं कल भी कह सकते that's Hormuz. Hormuz Island. So ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕ ਡਿੱਗਿਆ ਓਮਾਨ, ਗਲਫ ਆਫ ਓਮਾਨ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ। I don't know ਇੱਥੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਤੇੜੇ ਹੋਵੇ, I can't say until unless we have the geolocation. That's what the Strait of Hormuz is, as empty as you can see. कुछ cargo ships ਹੈਗੇ ਆ green color ਵਾਲੇ, but very few red ones, oil tankers, very few. So let me check some more information. Checking the Middle Eastern एक इन्फॉर्मेशन जी आ रही है कि कुछ लोग ईरानियन अंबैसी जी लेबनान दी है वो बाहर खड़े हो गए जाके। That's Shahid drone. I'll show you the Shahid drone. तो तुम दिखाया सी ना Apache. That's Apache. लेकिन Shahid drone किस तरीके का होंदा? Let me just show you the picture of Shahid drone. That's Shahid drone. That's Apache. एडे हेलीकॉप्टर ਨੂੰ एडे को ड्रोन ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੁੱਟ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ। Surprisingly. Look at this. Full-fledged military helicopter. Strait of Hormuz. ईरानी मीडिया ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ There's no other information yet. That's the information by Fars News Agency. एक इन्फॉर्मेशन जी प्रेस टीवी तो एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही है, कह रहे हैं कि कुछ लोग जड़े हैं वो इस वक्त let me open it for you. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਖੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ. let me check it for you. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖੜੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ. ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਐਮਬੈਸੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ. $41 minutes ago, IRIB ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ Iranian media ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ an American Lucas drone copied from the Shahid drone attacks at the airport. Claim it was Iranian. Then the deal is made to sell US air defense to Kuwait. I don't know. I mean, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸੱਚ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ. ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ 에ਅਰ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ IRIB ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਇਰਾਨ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ 1 second guys. IRIB ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ they are showing certain videos or sharing certain videos. That's the Islamic Republic of Iran broadcasting. ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ 에ਅਰ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕਸ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ. ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਇੰਗ ਐਨੀ ਅਦਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਰਾਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਦਿਸ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਜੇ IRIB 1 sec. ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਸੀ. CNN ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਸਪੈਕਟੇਟਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਹਿਦ 136 ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ. It's very hard to confirm. Let me take you back to Congress ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ US Congress ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ Southern Poverty Law Center ਦੀ methodology ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਿਨ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਹਾਊਸ ਜੁਡੀਸ਼ਰੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ I'll come back to this news once again once I have more information but now I have to take you to another event ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ US Congress ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ which is very important as well ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ Southern Poverty Law Center ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਹੇਟ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ was that like that ਇਹਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਪੂਰੀ hearing ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ I'm going to share that with you then we're going to come back
Republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll start with opening statements. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. It's always worse than we thought. The one thing we get wrong when we start these investigations, when we start this oversight, is it's always worse than we thought. We now have the superseding indictment from the Justice Department. It wasn't $3 million that they were paying these field sources. It was actually $4 million the Southern Poverty Law Center paid to field sources. And they didn't just pay them to foment the hate they told their donors they were fighting. They actually dated them. That's right. Southern Poverty Law Center employee was in a romantic relationship with field source number 9, a member of the Racist National Alliance. This SPLC employee, who was supposed to be dismantling hate groups with the intelligence project, was dating the field source that they were paying. And in fact, they had a joint bank account. Wow. And guess what the SPLC paid this individual? $1.2 million to, again, create and foment the hate they told their donors they were fighting. Now it gets worse. An individual who led the Nationalist Socialist Party, a faction of the Aryan nations, reached out to SPLC. He wanted out. He wanted help in leaving this racist group. And what did the SPLC do? They said, no, no, no. Stay in the group. We'll pay you a monthly salary. We'll reimburse you for hosting rallies, purchasing racist materials. Of course, that was field source number 30. How about F37, field source 37? This person's the one who coordinated transportation and attended the 2017 rally in Charlottesville. The Southern Poverty Law Center paid him $300,000 to the guy who helped put together the event where a young lady was killed. F27, he was paid $350,000. What'd he do? He ran the Aryan Nations Motorcycle Club. F43, president of some crazy group, was previously convicted of cross-burning, but the SPLC thought he was worth $19,000 of their donors' money. Again, all told, $4 million to manufacture hate. We said this last hearing. I still remember Rahm Emanuel saying, oh, I'm talking about Democrats, never let a crisis go to waste. The SPLC took it a step further. They created the crisis. They manufactured the crisis. And by so doing, they became the standard, the source for determining who is a hate group. They labeled Family Research Council a hate group. Moms for Liberty was labeled a hate group. Turning Point USA labeled a hate group. Alliance Defending Freedom, even though they argued multiple cases, won 16 cases in front of the Supreme Court, they were labeled a hate group, but never Jane's Revenge, never the group who vandalized crisis pregnancy centers, churches in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision. They never got labeled. And the Biden Justice Department helped make them the standard. This is probably the part that bothers me, I think bothers most people the most. They helped make the Southern poverty the standard in evaluating who's a hate group, who isn't. Because they consulted with them, they had quarterly meetings. The Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, quarterly met with SPLC. They would give SPLC any information they had, the Justice Department, the FBI had, they give it to them first. They even used them to train prosecutors. And of course, we know what it resulted in. The now famous memorandum from the FBI field office in Richmond, Virginia, where the FBI said, if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. And of course, who did they cite for that? You guessed it, the Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty Law Center became part of the weaponized Garland-Biden Justice Department. Now, here's what's interesting. The Biden DOJ knew all about this scam that they were running. They knew the SPLC was doing this, but they didn't pursue the case. They dropped the case. Because when you meet with them, when you consult with them, when you have them train your prosecutors, you're not going to prosecute them. Nope, you're not going to do it because it's too valuable politically. And here's the scary part. And I'm sure we'll have questions from Mr. Fair later on about this. Here's the scary part. It all worked. Field Source 37, the guy at the Charlottesville rally, helped plan that rally, coordinate transportation there, was paid to attend. After the event, again, after the event where a lady was killed, the Southern Poverty Law Center almost tripled their income. $51 million to $133 million after they were coordinating the hate that took place at that crazy rally. You run a scam, you become the standard, you don't get prosecuted, and you make a ton of money. They got 800 million assets, 700 million in an endowment. Such a deal. And they would have gotten away with it, but for the oversight of Congress, and more importantly, the work of the Justice Department. So God bless the Attorney General and the work him and his team are doing. And we look forward to hearing from our witnesses today and asking them questions. And with that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to our witnesses. Created in 1971 and headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. Created in 1971, headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. The Southern Poverty Law Center is one of America's leading civil rights groups. It fights for voting rights throughout the South, economic justice, and criminal justice reform. Like every major civil rights group in our history, it's been subjected to serious white supremacist violence. Its leaders have been threatened and attacked since its founding, and SPLC headquarters were firebombed in 1983 by members of the Ku Klux Klan who were convicted of conspiracy in federal court. After this attack and escalating racial terror, the SPLC added to its work a focus on the Klan and neo-Nazi groups and other purveyors of hate, violence, and white supremacy. In 1988, the SPLC litigated against the Southern whites of the Ku Klux Klan, the Southern white knights of the Ku Klux Klan, and drove them into bankruptcy, winning $1 million damages verdict on behalf of more than 50 peaceful civil rights marchers in Forsyth County, Georgia, who had been savagely attacked and injured by the Klan. In 2019, it brought a $14 million judgment and won it against the neo-Nazi founder of the Daily Stormer for orchestrating an anti-Semitic troll storm harassment campaign consisting of more than 700 death threats and vile abuse against a Jewish woman and her family. The SPLC has defended the rights of anyone and everyone targeted for hate, violence, oppression, and murder. Today, it's under attack by the Trump administration and MAGA. Like the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the great legislative achievement of the modern civil rights movement, now dismantled by the Roberts Court, the SPLC is an enduring institutional beacon of hope for millions of people seeking to create a more perfect union. The Trump administration is thus naturally trying to tear it down. I've heard three main arguments for this astonishing crusade. The first is that the age of racism and white supremacy violence is over in the 21st century. And so the SPLC's work is unnecessary. Well, this is plainly ridiculous. We live in an age of resurgent racial injustice, profound economic inequality, and relentless assaults on the right to vote. Racist violence still permeates our society. In recent memory, avowed racists and white supremacists have killed 23 people in the El Paso Walmart massacre, 11 people worshiping at the Tree of Life synagogue in the worst anti-Semitic attack in American history, 10 people who were killed shopping for groceries in the Buffalo supermarket massacre, 9 worshiping parishioners were gunned down at the Mother Emanuel Church massacre in Charleston, South Carolina, and 8 people were killed at the Atlanta spa shootings, to name just 5 examples out of thousands. In 2024 alone, the FBI recorded nearly 12,000 hate crime episodes in our country. Just a few weeks ago, 3 fathers died defending their mosque, and 140 children at worship services in San Diego against 2 fanatical white supremacist teenagers jacked up on white great replacement theory and far-right neo-Nazi ideology, who took their own lives tragically after the attack. But here's the second argument they use. They say, well, even if there's all this violence that we're engulfed in, the Southern Poverty Law Center itself is responsible for the violence that we see around us. The basis for this outlandish claim is that for decades, at least since the 1990s, the SPLC has infiltrated and investigated the Klan, neo-Nazis, and other groups by paying informants who go undercover. The purpose of these operations is obviously to derail and prevent white supremacist hate crimes and actions, both the kinds of hate crimes and shooting sprees we see all around us, but even more massive terrorist attacks like the Oklahoma City Federal Building bombing, which took the lives of 168 Americans, many of them children, who were in a daycare center when the white nationalists unleashed their terrorism on the people of Oklahoma. In the course of their work to investigate the extreme right, the SPLC has worked closely with the FBI for decades and turned over to the Bureau voluminous information, tips and leads from their field sources for further investigation, criminal arrest, and prosecution. In 2017, the FBI listed the SPLC as one of its partners on its website, where it remained for 8 or 9 years before this administration. There's nothing new about that work, but now Todd Blanche and the Trump DOJ in Alabama have twisted and corrupted this proud history of cooperation with law enforcement to bring an 11-count criminal indictment against the SPLC, claiming that it was defrauding its own donors. This is amazing, given not only that the SPLC donors and supporters cherish and prize the group precisely for its ability to get information in this way to stop hate crimes, but also incredible because the FBI itself uses the exact same practices for its own investigative work, spending in the neighborhood of not $3 or $4 million on undercover informants, but more than $40 million a year on undercover informants. There's nothing illegal about that. SPLC donors are not claiming fraud. They were proud to support this program. Even the extremist groups themselves understood they were being infiltrated and were constantly looking for the traitors, the spies. Well, my friends, we know what a real fraud looks like. Consider a fraud called Trump University, a scam from top to bottom where 9,000 victims joined 3 different class action lawsuits to complain about the fact that they were cheated out of thousands of dollars for a university that existed in name only, without a real curriculum, without real professors, without an actual campus, or any way to keep their extravagant and seductive promises to their students. The thousands of outraged victims were not silent. They came forward to complain, and they won a $25 million settlement against Donald Trump and the purveyors of this fraud. One former instructor at Trump University said it, quote, preyed upon the elderly and uneducated to separate them from their money. Another former instructor said the institution was, quote, a total lie. That's what real fraud looks like. What have SPLC's donors done in light of this criminal indictment? They've not lined up to file class action suits or to denounce the SPLC. They continue to support the SPLC's works. Donations to the organization have gone up since this fraudulent indictment was brought down by the Trump administration. Well, the final complaint I've heard from members of this committee speaking on behalf of certain groups who take exception to being called hate groups by the SPLC. So they're mad that certain groups that they like are called hate groups. And I can appreciate why people don't want to be called a hate group. I don't like a lot of things that are said about me and the groups that I like. Stephen Miller said, the Democrat Party is not a political party, it's a domestic extremist organization. I don't like that. Kristi Noem called Alex Preddy and Renee Good, law-abiding citizens shot down by ICE, domestic terrorists. Donald Trump said that Democratic donors like George Soros and Reid Hoffman were funding a conspiracy for domestic terrorists. Look, under our First Amendment, love and hate exist in the eye of the beholder. Donald Trump has repeatedly said that January 6th was a day of love when our police officers were bathed in hugs and kisses from the Proud Boys and the insurrectionists. For most of us who lived through that violent insurrection, it wasn't a day of love, it was a day of hatred and sickening violence. But that's the great thing about the First Amendment. It's up to you. You can say whatever you want. If you don't like the fact that someone's called you a hate group, then you get up and then you rebut them, you denounce them. I've heard Chairman Jordan say it a dozen times in our hearings, and I agree with him. The proper response to speech you don't like is counter speech, not government prosecution, not government censorship. Counterpose honest speech to dishonest speech, the truth to the lies. Let the public figure it out. Whatever happened to I disagree with everything you say, but I will stand with my life for your right to say it. We need less vendetta and more Voltaire. All of this is a disgrace. When DOJ was founded in 1870, 156 years ago, it was to protect the newly freed African Americans against the Ku Klux Klan, which was rampaging violence throughout the South. Todd Blanche has capsized DOJ's commitment to the rights of all and disgraced the department. He has directed DOJ to savage the SPLC while he does everything in his power with the president to aid and abet the right-wing extremists who commit acts of violence against racial minorities. Just 2 weeks after becoming acting AG, he moved to vacate the criminal convictions of the leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for seditious conspiracy. They were convicted and sentenced to jail for many, many years. Seditious conspiracy means working to overthrow the government of the United States. These were crimes so toxic that President Trump wouldn't even pardon them when he was pardoning en masse more than 1,600 other cop-beating, racist January 6 rioters and insurrectionists. These are the people that the DOJ now protects. And now, Todd Blanche wants to create a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to turn the January 6 foot soldiers into mega millionaires. And while Blanche was at it, he signed an outrageous super pardon to give not just Donald Trump, but his entire family and all their businesses complete and total immunity from any investigation, audit, lawsuit, or prosecution by any federal agency for any criminal or civil violation against the United States up until this point. And while systematically firing prosecutors and FBI agents who worked on the January 6th investigation, the largest criminal probe in American history, Trump and Blanche are putting January 6th rioters, violent extremists, and their closest allies in key positions throughout the DOJ, like Jared Wise, who urged rioters to kill police officers on January 6th, like Ed Martin, who defended violent cop beaters, both as a defense attorney and a federal prosecutor. He's been given free rein now as DOJ's pardon attorney, despite his long history of consorting with neo-Nazis. Donald Trump nominated Paul Ingrassia, 3 years out of law school, to run the ethics watchdog Office of the Special Counsel and stood by him after it was revealed that he admitted to having, quote, a bit of a Nazi streak in him. And he wrote that the Martin Luther King holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell. The Department of Defense hired Elias Irizarry, an unqualified, inexperienced 24-year-old Trump loyalist and convicted J6 rioter who was pardoned by the president to work on irregular warfare and counterterrorism, and so on. We understand that the extremist swamp that gave rise to this criminal indictment against the SPLC is just one more Orwellian attack on the civil rights movement and one more Kafkaesque prosecution designed to shame and ensnare the righteous and acquit and absolve the guilty. It is a tissue of lies that will join the pantheon of debunked fraudulent prosecutions that DOJ has been excoriated for by dozens of judges across the land, appointed by all different presidents. A few weeks ago, a federal judge in Rhode Island, Judge McElroy, called the government's submissions in a case misleading, if not utterly false. Another judge said that DOJ attorneys had submitted a patently false allegation to the court. Another judge rejected administration officials' testimony as disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. And another court found the administration had provided a highly misleading, if not intentionally false, sworn declaration so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the United States can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. I predict it will not be long before another federal judge casts this obscene prosecution to the winds. I'm only sorry the great name of the House Judiciary Committee has now been made an accomplice to this fraud against the court and the country. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I don't think we're part of the fraud. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center was defrauding their donors. Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. Today's witnesses. Dr. Alveda King is the chair of the American Dream Initiative at the American First Policy Institute. She is the daughter of civil rights activist Reverend A.D. King and the niece of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She is the founder of Speak for Life, an organization that advocates for the sanctity and dignity of human life. Mr. Brian Fair is the interim CEO and president of the Southern Poverty Law Center. He previously served as the chairman of SPLC's board of directors. Mr. Ryan Bangert is the senior vice president for strategic initiatives and special counsel to the president at the Alliance Defending Freedom. He previously served in the office of the Texas Attorney General and was a litigation partner at Baker Botts LLP. And Professor Mary McCord is a visiting professor of law at the Georgetown University Law Center. She previously served in numerous roles in the Department of Justice. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We'll begin by swearing you in. You know how this works. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? The records show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. We're just going to start with Mr. Fair, and we're going to go right down the line. So, Mr. Fair, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. Last July, I took on a one-year leave from teaching to become the interim head of the Southern Poverty Law Center. So my testimony today will be one of my last official acts in this role. It has been one of the greatest honors of my life to work alongside the talented, dedicated, and principled SPLC staff. For 55 years, with the support of generous donors who appreciate our work, the SPLC has fought racial terror, white supremacy, and other forms of discrimination and hate, seeking to build and defend a multiracial democracy where we can all live and thrive. That was the goal of the civil rights movement, and it is our mission. We are known for exposing and dismantling extremist hate groups. We took on the United Klans of America, whose hateful violence killed 4 little girls in the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing, and we sued them out of existence. In the decades since, hate has continued, but so have our efforts to expose it through litigation, policy, research, and education. We fight for the underdog, the poor, the unhoused, the hungry, the incarcerated, the disenfranchised, the immigrant, the outcast, the vilified. Many groups, and some in this room, have misrepresented our work, including our confidential informant program, repeating various false allegations. Some say we've lost our way. That's false. We've never lost our North Star, a fair and just society for every person. All our programs advance that mission. Our work saves lives, but it comes at a price. Since our earliest days, we've been targeted by those who oppose our mission. Our office was firebombed, our staff threatened, our leaders the target of assassination. We know political violence. We unequivocally condemn it. However, despite the danger, we will not stop exposing hate. This morning, we released our annual Year in Hate and Extremism report. It chronicles how the hard right has weaponized the levers of government to weaken the political and economic power of non-whites, immigrants, women, the LGBTQ+ community, religious minorities, and the poor. The forces turning back hard-won progress against discrimination are unrelenting and unashamed. The SPLC, alongside many civil rights groups and democracy defenders, is resisting them. To American people of goodwill, especially those left out of the American promise, your civic participation matters now more than any time since the Civil Rights Movement. Today, I'm joined by several people who inspire our work. First, Ms. Karen Finn and her son Aaron are here. Aaron faced expulsion from school for alleged conduct that was a manifestation of his disability. Aaron lives with autism, and federal law prohibits schools from excluding students for behaviors connected to their disabilities. We sued, and with his mother's courage and dedication and his perseverance, Aaron graduated from that school in 2023. Ms. Tanya Gersh is also here. A Jewish Montana mom, Gersh and her family became the target of relentless anti-Semitic harassment from white nationalists, including threatening phone calls where all that could be heard on the line was gunshots. With the center's help, Gersh won a $14 million judgment against the neo-Nazi who incited her harassers. We stand with Karen, Aaron, Tanya, and thousands we protect every day. Fannie Lou Hamer said, "Nobody's free until everybody's free." The SPLC will continue our constitutionally protected work to ensure everyone in this country is treated with dignity, lives lives free of discrimination, and enjoys liberty and opportunity to thrive. These promises of our democracy are not self-executing. They require our collective vigilance, and we will continue to defend them when they come under attack. Finally, I must note that I'm constrained in answering some questions today because they may touch on matters involving pending criminal litigation against the SPLC or conversations that I've had with counsel. Frankly, this constraint is the result of the majority's injecting itself into a pending criminal matter 3 days after it was filed and then refusing our request to delay this hearing until that case is resolved. With that, I will answer what I can.
Thank you, Mr. Fair. I would just point out this committee has had hearings on the activities of the SPLC prior to the indictment from the Justice Department. We thank you for your statement. Dr. King, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I was born on January 22nd, 1951, not with a silver spoon in my mouth, but singing Amazing Grace and pledging allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. In other words, I was born into a Christian family led by Baptist preachers and men and women who loved God, believed in God, proclaimed.
Let me take you to the question period session ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ, which is very important as well. Question period ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਔਰ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਲੀਡਰ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਚੰਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਈ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. Let me just share it with you.
future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it only creates jobs for the Liberals' friends. This phantom railway has already 13 vice presidents. They've all received $2.3 million in bonuses without having built a single inch of rail anywhere. And now the Prime Minister wants to expropriate farmers and producers and wants to force Canadians to pay $4,000 per family. Why another boondoggle from the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have to be for great projects, nationally speaking. This will be the biggest infrastructure project in Canada's history. It's the time to build Quebec and to build a strong Canada, and we will do so.
Leader of the Opposition.
This Liberal Prime Minister has created the only recession in the G7 and the G20, and today the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcies revealed it's getting worse. An 8% increase in consumer insolvencies, 10% increase in bankruptcies. In the 12 months this Prime Minister has been in office, we have the highest number of insolvencies in a decade and a half. The Liberal Prime Minister created this mess by doubling the deficit, driving up inflation, and grinding growth down. Will he reverse these disastrous Liberal policies before more Canadians go bankrupt?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of the biggest transformation in the Canadian economy in decades. We are building a stronger economy, a more resilient economy, a more independent economy, and our plan is taking root, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we just heard that we have created over 88,000 jobs, all full-time, all private sector. This economy is creating jobs at twice the rate of the United States. More Canadians are in work than the Americans, more Canadian women by 7 percentage points.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, he's transforming the economy. He's transformed it into the only recession in the G20. And regretfully, this year, there have been a net loss of 24,000 jobs, meaning we have the second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the United States. And today, Equifax said Canadian entrepreneurship is on decline and business payment challenges continue to build as more companies fell behind on their payments. A third fewer small businesses launched in the last 24 months. Mr. Speaker, current businesses are going bankrupt. New ones aren't launching. Will he reverse course before more go bankrupt?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what matters is that people believe in this economy and are moving forward. The Leader of the Opposition doesn't believe in Canada. This is what's happening. More Canadians are in the workforce than the Americans. More Canadian women are in the workforce than the Americans by 7 percentage points. Investment in machinery and equipment by businesses up 10%. The highest level of foreign direct investment in 20 years. A trade surplus just registered. We are building Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just me? Of not believing in Canada, it is my patriotic duty to fight for the people who are suffering as a result of his recession. Once again, he's making the mistake of confusing Canada with the Liberal Party. We are not going to take any lessons on patriotism from a guy who stashes his corporate cash in a tax haven and moves his corporate head office out of this country. We're going to continue to fight for Canadian workers, Canadian consumers, and a strong Canadian.
There was. We didn't hear the question.
Instead of attacking.
We'll go to the next question. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I understand he can't stand up for the miserable economic track record that he has created, the only G7 country in a recession. And instead of attacking other people's patriotism, why doesn't he take responsibility for the damage that he's caused? Equifax reports that the national 60-day delinquency rate for businesses rose 11% year over year in the most recent quarter, escalating costs and higher inflation being the main culprits, the organization reports. We know the Prime Minister managed to put us in the only recession in the G7. Will he reverse these disastrous policies before he drives more people into bankruptcy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. We are growing an economy that's stronger, more resilient, and more independent. The flash GDP estimate for April, 0.4% growth. I'm going to annualize that to help out the Leader of the Opposition. That's 5% growth in April. A trade surplus just registered. The strongest job growth in the G7 just in this last month, 88,000 jobs, twice the rate of the United States, twice the rate in foreign investment.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is abandoning Quebec culture in the face of tech giants and Donald Trump. First, he scrapped the... I can't quite hear the honourable member for Saint-Jean, so if she could take it from the top. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is abandoning Quebec culture in the face of tech giants and Donald Trump. First, he scrapped the digital services tax. That's a loss of $1.4 billion a year in exchange for absolutely nothing. Today, he is ordering the CRTC to cancel every cent of the license fees charged to online streamers such as Netflix or Amazon Prime. Yet the European Union imposes license fees on streamers, and streamers comply without any significant cost increases for their customers. Why is the Prime Minister in such a hurry to throw our culture to the wolves for Donald Trump? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question they ask is why? Well, the question we should be asking is why has the Bloc always voted against investments in Canadian, French, and Quebec culture? In the last budget, more than $760 million were earmarked. We have just proposed $600 million in the Francophone and Canadian cultural sector. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, let us take a recent look at the Prime Minister's record. The Prime Minister is abandoning culture for the exclusive benefit of digital giants such as Netflix or Amazon. The Prime Minister is abandoning the fight against climate change for the exclusive benefit of American oil company shareholders. The Prime Minister is abandoning pesticide controls for the exclusive benefit of agrochemical multinationals. Never has a Prime Minister deregulated so extensively in the service of large foreign corporations, selling out to the highest bidder abroad. Is that his strong Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is always against great investments in culture, including Francophone and Quebec culture, against the previous budget with new investments in the electricity sector. They voted against the agreement with Quebec last week. $10 billion of investments in all sectors, including health, healthcare, and transit. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the first thing the Prime Minister sacrificed in the trade war of Washington was French language culture. It brings to mind Winston Churchill. In the very midst of the Second World War, he was advised to cut funding for culture. Churchill replied, "If not for culture, then why are we fighting?" Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister has sacrificed to Donald Trump is what distinguishes the Quebec nation. It's our culture, in our language. How can he treat the very existence of the Quebec people as a mere bargaining chip? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's rather sad, but it seems that the Bloc Québécois hasn't read the previous budget, because in the last budget, there's more than $750 million for Canadian culture, Quebec culture, and Francophone culture, including Téléfilm, the Canada Media Fund, the National Film Board, the Canada Arts Council, and Radio-Canada CBC. And we've just added $600 million.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to being an embarrassment for the Prime Minister that he's the only leader in the G20 to cause a recession.
The honourable member is quite far back in the corner, and I can still hear him. And so there's something wrong with that equation. The honourable Leader of the Opposition from the top, please.
And the G20 is not only an embarrassment for the Liberal Prime Minister, who's been wrong on every economic issue of the last decade, but it is also a serious human cost to Canadians. Yesterday at the Calgary airport, I met an electrician who told me that despite working nonstop, he's had to move back in with his mother because he cannot afford the cost of Liberal inflation and now the Liberal recession. We know that Liberal insiders are getting rich off tax savings, handouts, and consulting contracts. But why is it that it's always the hardworking people like this electrician that have to pay the bill?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, yes, yesterday the Leader of the Opposition, I was here with members of this House at the installation ceremony for the Governor General.
Common project, and the Premier of Alberta says the current Prime Minister has worked very constructively with our government to craft the Alberta MOU. Already attracted tens of billions of dollars in investment for new pipelines, natural gas, data centers, electricity, and much more. That's how you build this province. That's how you build this province.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about an electrician who has to move back in with his mother, despite the fact that he's worked hard, got his license, shows up for work every single day, and pays his tax, unlike this Prime Minister, pays his full tax bill here in Canada. He is paying the price of this Liberal recession, the only country in the entire G20 that is in a recession. Will the Prime Minister reverse the disastrous, costly, inflationary Liberal policies that put this electrician back in his mother's basement and put our country in recession, or will he just sit there and smirk?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition should talk to the national president of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, who has applauded systematically our approach to building big projects in this country, including, Mr. Speaker, the largest electrification of mobility in the history of this continent, which is a high-speed rail project which will employ more electricians than that guy could meet in 15 years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
15 years? This thing won't even be under construction for 15 years, Mr. Speaker. And in the meantime, Liberal insiders and sleazebags will be stuffing their pockets with the tax dollars of Canadian electricians. Already, there are 13 vice presidents who have received $2.3 million of bonuses for a train that won't even be under construction for over a decade. And if it ever does, will cost $8,000 a family. Why does he always plunder the pockets of workers to help the Liberal insider elite?
I just want to comment. We should be careful of the words we use if we want to maintain the kind of decorum that Canadians expect from us. The Honourable Government House Leader.
See, Mr. Speaker, the core difference between the people on this side of the House and the Leader of the Opposition and the people who read his questions is this. We believe Canadians can do it. we believe Canadians can create a project that will add 51,000 jobs to our economy, including thousands of electricians. We believe we can add billions to our national economy with a transformative high-speed rail project, including, by the way, one that's going to be proposed in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We believe in the future of this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, apparently they don't believe in their Prime Minister's ability to answer questions and defend his own economic record. And we believe Canadians can do a lot of things too if this government would just get out of the way. Mais malheureusement, le bureau du super...
Unfortunately, the Bankruptcy Superintendent Office has shown that the Liberal recession, which is the only G20 recession, is striking Canadians hard. Insolvency has gone up by 8% and bankruptcy by 10%, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government's policies are forcing Canadians to go into bankruptcy. Will they reverse these costly and deficient-making policies that have led to this situation? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I know it's Tuesday and the Leader of the Opposition is looking for good news. Well, I've got some great news for him, actually. Indeed, like the Prime Minister announced, we have created more than 80,000 jobs for Canada's economy. We have the second fastest growth in the G7. We are attracting record investments. We believe in Canadian workers. We believe in Canadian industry. We believe in a prosperous Canada, Mr. Speaker. And every day is a good day for Canadian workers.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, apparently he doesn't believe in the Prime Minister's capacity to actually answer questions. The Minister for Finance, who's been here for the past 10 years, has given us the worst growth. But he's saying that we are the second fastest growing economy. Under this Prime Minister, we are dead last. We're the only G7 country. We're the only G20 country that is going towards bankruptcy. And we've seen a reduction in the number of new businesses, a drop in 39%. When will the Prime Minister finally step aside and let the economy grow? Mr. Speaker, I will take no lessons from this Conservative leader. All his job has been the last 10 years has been to be in this House. Canadians know that on this side of the House, we are building a strong economy, a more prosperous economy, the strongest G7 economy. And recently, even the IMF said that Canada has the strongest budgetary position on this side of the House. We believe in Canadians. We believe in the destiny of Canada, Mr. Speaker, and every single day we will fight to build a more prosperous Canada for all.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Why can the Prime Minister not even defend his economic record? Perhaps it's because Equifax has also said today that the national delinquency rate of 60 days and over for companies has gone up by 11% under the leadership of this Prime Minister. Bankruptcies are at their highest in 15 years. Not only are we the only G20 country in a recession, Canadians are going bankrupt. Will he finally reverse costly Liberal policies that are leading to these bankruptcies? The Honourable Minister for Industry. You know, Mr. Speaker, when we listen to the Leader of the Opposition, the issue is that he seems to be rejoicing and rubbing his hand about all this bad news. But there is great news, Mr. Speaker. Teneriffe and Sault Ste. Marie, 200 new jobs. Kruger, Trois-Rivières, more than 300 jobs that we've protected. Cap Paper, 240 protected jobs in Northern Ontario. Siemens Canada, 400 new jobs. The Global Eye that we did with Bombardier, 3,000 new jobs, and I could go on.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question is for this Prime Minister, and it's no wonder that he can't stand up and answer. He's been wrong on every economic issue of the last decade. Wrong on carbon taxes. Wrong to say he wanted to keep half of our oil and gas in the ground. Wrong to oppose pipelines. Wrong to push money printing deficits, which caused inflation. And now he's wrong again. And only he, out of the G7 countries, has caused a recession. Just the other day, I met a hairstylist in the Byward market who doesn't know how she's going to pay her rent because wages are flat and costs are rising. Will the Prime Minister stand up and explain to her why he's the only leader in the G7 to cause a recession?
The Honourable Minister for Industry.
We have great news. In April, 88,000 new jobs led by young people getting new jobs, and also women across the country. And you know what? We have other projects that I can quote that, of course, I'm convinced the leader of the opposition will rejoice. 300 new jobs in Itachi, of course, in Varennes, in Quebec, or again, Alstom. New jobs at Saint-Bruno-Montarville. New jobs also in Vancouver at Providence Healthcare System. 768 new jobs for that project. Or Hannon System in Vaughan. 300 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I have dozens of like that.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, a week after 300 mayors, it is civil society that is denouncing Liberals' oil-driven drift. 122 environmental groups, including 49 from Quebec, are signing a letter today. They're here with a clear message: no to new pipelines, no to any project that threatens the climate, endangered species, relations with Indigenous peoples, and the sovereignty of governments. This is a betrayal of all people who still believe in the fight against climate change. Will the Prime Minister put a stop to his oil and gas push? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important question that has just been asked by my colleague. I'd like to acknowledge all activists like us who are fighting for clean air and clean water. It is essential that we be an autonomous economic powerhouse, and that is exactly the reason for which we're working on several fronts. We will work to respect our climate commitments for 2050, a strategy for electricity, for metal, our action plan for nature. These are all strategies to get there. What we will do is produce greener and greener energy. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, environmental groups have reminded us that the deal with Alberta for a new pipeline is something we've seen before. It's called Trans Mountain. Citizens paid nearly $40 billion for a new dirty oil pipeline. In return, the oil sector did absolutely nothing to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, they've skyrocketed since. Canada has quite simply become an oil promoter at the expense of Quebecers. What an absolute flop. Will the Prime Minister finally understand that nobody wants to star in this film once again? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, all the Bloc Québécois can do is say no, and they can't do two things at once, walking and chewing gum at the same time. One can fight against climate change whilst protecting our economy and whilst developing our natural resources. And that's what we're doing in Canada. We're doing this responsibly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last week we met with manufacturers across Quebec. Everywhere we went, the picture was the same. The uncertainty surrounding the USMCA and the tariffs imposed under Section 232 are increasing the financial pressure on our businesses and holding back investments. Business owners have told us that they are putting expansion projects on hold, delaying equipment purchases, and hesitating to invest in their growth. This is the reality on the ground, whilst Canada is the only G7 country in recession. Does the Prime Minister understand that it is Quebec businesses that are now paying the price for his failure to restore confidence in our economy? Honourable Minister for Industry. We are working with the government of Quebec on that front to help these Quebec companies and companies from coast to coast to coast that have been affected by tariffs. And that is the reason for which we've announced recently $1.5 billion to support these businesses in the sectors of steel and aluminium that have been affected by the new tariffs imposed by the White House. My colleague at Natural Resources has announced new funding for the forestry sector. We are here in a tariff war, and we're here and we're protecting our businesses and our workers. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we have to understand is that they're waiting. They're waiting before investing, they're waiting before expanding their facilities, and they're waiting before taking risks. That is the government's economic record, a climate of uncertainty that is paralyzing private investment at the very moment Canada is in a recession. Is the Prime Minister proud to have created a climate where entrepreneurs choose to wait or to invest elsewhere rather than in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone knows, we are facing unjust and illegal tariffs from the Americans. We will always, on this side of the House, defend our companies and workers, and we will support them by investing in their capacity to innovate, in their capacity to produce, in their capacity to diversify their markets. And you'll realize, Mr. Speaker, that year on year, exports outside of the States from our country have increased by 40%, and we'll support them by building new projects. For example, the Quebec Tram project that will bring in $10.5 billion, 67 direct and indirect jobs. I can't understand that they would ever vote against. The only member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, in the final days leading up to the review of US of CUSMA, I've met with dozens of businesses across Quebec. The conclusion is clear. In the steel sector, our companies have been completely abandoned by this Liberal government. The United States, for its part, is protecting its steel markets with 100% tariffs, or up to 100% tariffs on Asian imports. What are the Liberals doing here in Canada? Absolutely nothing. Even worse, they're letting Asian countries dump their products and flood our Canadian market. Mr. Speaker, can this Liberal government stand its ground and defend the Canadian steel industry? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Well, it's rather strange to hear Conservatives talk about SMEs while voting against the high-speed train project that will create thousands of jobs in Quebec SMEs. It's rather strange to hear them talking about steel when we are preparing an incredibly promising project for steel producers. It beggars belief to hear these Conservatives standing against a project that will help mobility for Quebec's 4 biggest cities and that will create great opportunities for our SMEs. And now they're talking about the situation with SMEs. It's rather ironic.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Well, there's nothing funny here, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals are letting Asian countries dump their steel products here. Port Garaja, a company in the Beauce region, sent emails to the Liberal government with proof that garage doors from Asia that don't meet standards and contain toxic substances that are banned in Canada are coming into the country. The Liberals are doing nothing about it. They're letting those doors in anyway. After 10 years of failure, the only thing this Liberal government's managed to do is put Canadians in debt and weaken our businesses. Mr. Speaker, can the Liberals please wake up and start helping our businesses? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are helping our people, and that's why Canadians and Quebecers trust us. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, the Minister for U.S. Relations, and myself are always working to protect the steel sector. And not just protect it, but we're also doing work to prevent dumping. If my colleague wishes to raise anything with us, we are ready to work with him and with all steel producers in Canada, because obviously we need to protect our steel mills. But at the same time, what we're doing is we're offering financing to help our workers and our businesses. The Honourable Member for Côte du Sud, Rivière-du-Loup-Katasmik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, last week with my colleagues, I had the privilege of meeting with some of the largest companies in my region. And they all said the same thing. They're feeling the impact of U.S. tariffs, economic uncertainty, and labor issues. The most concerning part is several of them have told us that they've never been consulted by the Liberal government on the future of CUSMA, despite the direct impacts on their workers and their investments. Why do the Liberals continue to make decisions that affect our businesses without ever taking the time to listen to them? The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada, U.S. trade and relations. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. We are very engaged at every level with Canadian businesses, with representatives of Canadian workers, with our colleagues in the provinces and territories. We regularly meet on a weekly basis with them. We have consultations, roundtables with various sectors of the economy. We'll have some coming up next week. We had some this week. Last week, we had more consultations. We're very engaged and we're very active because it's important for us to listen to exactly the type of people that my colleague has just identified.
Burnaby Central.
Mr. Speaker, happy Pride. Today, the Prime Minister and parliamentarians gathered on Parliament Hill to raise the Pride flag and mark the beginning of Pride season in Canada. But Pride is more than a celebration. It's a reminder that rights and freedoms of LGBTQI+ Canadians cannot be taken for granted. At a time when hate is on the rise and when some voices in the House continue to question the full inclusion of LGBTQI+ people, Canadians expect leadership that stands firmly on the side of equality, dignity, and human rights. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality tell this House how our government will continue to protect the safety, dignity, and full inclusion of LGBTQI+ Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honorable colleague for his incredible advocacy. Canada is at its best when everyone can fully participate in society, free from fear, discrimination, and hate. As we mark the beginning of Pride season, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring we are protecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for all Canadians, regardless of who you are or who you love. Through Budget 2025, we've committed $54.6 million over 5 years to strengthen 2S LGBTQI+ organizations across Canada, including $7.5 million to keep Pride festivals safe. Mr. Speaker, happy Pride season.
Yes, nice.
The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Every other G20 nation is facing the same global headwinds, yet this Prime Minister, it's the Liberal Prime Minister in Canada, we're the only G20 nation facing a recession. In the last few days, we've even learned more about the dire state our economy is in under his watch. The economy has shrunk in 3 of the last 4 quarters. Per capita GDP is stagnating, and our productivity has hit a 7-year low. So will the Prime Minister admit that his failed policies have caused this recession, or will he keep denying that the reality lived by millions of Canadians who are suffering under his watch?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are going to take no advice from a leader who's never worked a minute in the economy. He has no practical experience. Mr. Speaker, for those of us that actually worked in the economy, when you're faced with challenges, you have a choice. You can be like that leader and flail your hands up and offer no solutions, blame everybody else, or you can lead. You can make decisions. You can lay a strong foundation for a future strong economy. Mr. Speaker, that leader has no experience. Our Prime Minister is going to build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't trust those half-truths or the honeyed words coming off of any of those Liberals' lips right now. The Parliamentary Budget Officer gives less than 1% chance that the Liberal government will meet its own fiscal anchor. Banks forecast a growth of 0.5% in 2026. So will the Prime Minister take responsibility for delivering Canada's last place economy, or will he keep borrowing and keep spending so he can take credit for our economic collapse?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, if that leader actually worked in the economy and sat in front of a board of directors, blaming everybody, offering no solutions, he would be fired. Actually, he already was by the former riding of Carleton. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on building a strong economy. Canada just created 88,000 jobs last month. The fundamentals of our economy are strong. We are focused on building the strongest economy in the G7. That leader offers nothing but empty parking lot press conferences, rhetoric, and slogans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country that's in a recession. And in the past few days, we've learned much more about how dire the state of our economy is under his watch. Here are the facts. The economy has shrunk 2 of the last 3 quarters and 3 of the last 4. 2 major banks, BMO and Scotiabank, both forecast that Canada's economy will grow less than half as much as America's. Our per capita GDP is lower than it was 3 years ago. Our economic picture after a decade of Liberal rule is getting worse by the day. Will the Prime Minister do his job and stand up and tell Canadians why he's led Canada into a recession?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. 88,000 jobs last month. Unemployment is down. Foreign direct investment is up, the highest it's been in 20 years, the highest in the G7. We've dropped our fuel excise tax by 10 cents a litre. We increased capital gains eligibility. We've cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We're making massive investments in housing, infrastructure, and defense. And now the trade surplus is up. Mr. Speaker, he's got to get his facts straight.
The honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
In spite of everything just said, Canada is still in a recession, but we already know the Prime Minister can't do his job because Canada is the only country in the G20 that's in a recession. And after a decade of Liberal rule, businesses aren't investing. Capital investment has fallen for the 5th quarter in a row. The government's new parliamentary budget officer has just reported that there is only a 1% chance that the government will meet its fiscal anchor. The Prime Minister claims he is a crisis manager and a master economist. If he truly is, could he stand in this House and tell Canadians why he's led Canada into a recession?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Here's where we've led Canadians. On the defense side alone, joint support ships, 3,500 jobs. Arctic and offshore patrol ships, 2,300 jobs. Fixed wing search and rescue, 1,800 jobs. Remotely piloted aircraft system, 700 jobs. River-class destroyers, 5,250 jobs. Logistics vehicle modernization, 1,900 jobs. Armored combat support vehicle, 1,650 jobs. Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of jobs in the defense sector alone. Get on board, stop running the country down, help us build it.
Again, through the chair, the honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country in recession. The economy has shrunk 3 of the last 4 quarters. The Liberals are already borrowing over their projected $65 billion. Parliamentary Budget Officer projects borrowing now to climb to $72 billion. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians if they are in a recession, or are they only technically doing worse after a decade of Liberal rule?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development, through the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A decade of 14 Saskatchewan Conservatives doing absolutely nothing to further Saskatchewan's interests, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're building an economy. We are proud of the entrepreneurs that created 88,000 new jobs, Mr. Speaker. We are grateful for the investors. We are pleased to see the producers. Add to that strength, Saskatchewan canola, Canada's uranium, potash, oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, we're not sitting on our hands.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House of Commons, we believe in the incredible potential of Canadian youth. Yet the Bank of Canada says the surge in temporary foreign workers is driving down wages and making it harder for young Canadians to find jobs. The youth unemployment rate sits at over 14%. While Conservatives would prioritize jobs for Canadian youth, these Liberals are still flooding the labour market with temporary foreign workers when young Canadians can't find work. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from the other side for the question, specifically about youth job and youth employment. Youth employment rose by 22,000 jobs in May. Youth unemployment fell by 0.9%, the first decline since January. That means we have more work to do, and it's why we've announced a $6 billion investment in our Team Canada Strong plan, mobilizing skilled trades for the workforce. It builds on youth-focused employment programs like the Canada Summer Jobs. Mr. Speaker, youth in British Columbia see the opportunities ahead.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, young Canadians do appreciate the Canada Summer Jobs, but it doesn't omit the fact that this government let in over 170,000 foreign workers in the last 4 quarters. These programs were meant to be temporary, but under this government, they have become permanent and unchecked. The Globe and Mail calls it, and I quote, an enduring problem created by Ottawa's over-reliance on foreign workers. Why has this government let the temporary foreign worker program spiral out of control, and when will it finally rein it in?
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Speaker, and I think there's a balance to be struck. That balance we are striking between the need, the labor needs, and the temporary foreign workers program. Mais je vais simplement inviter.
But I'll simply invite my colleague to repeat his question in French, because what I hear from his Quebec colleagues is that we need more temporary foreign workers. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're hearing in rural areas and in Quebec to meet our labor force needs.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I would like that minister to tell Ethan Miranda, a young unemployed tech worker who poured his heart out to the Immigration Committee because he put out 500 resumes, he's highly educated and didn't get a single call back. I would like the minister to tell him that we need more temporary foreign workers. Conservatives would abolish the temporary foreign worker program and replace it with a targeted program for genuinely hard to fill our agricultural jobs and match unemployed Canadians to regions with severe labor shortages. Why won't the Liberals follow suit?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I thought what my honourable colleague was pointing out was the utter abject hypocrisy coming from that side of the House, where we receive multiple interventions, legitimate interventions, on the part of small and medium-sized businesses in rural Quebec who seek to have more temporary foreign workers. And the words of that member and another colleague from British Columbia who try and demagogue this issue and blame situations on temporary foreign workers. These guys are going to have to come to some form of agreement on temporary foreign workers.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yes, there are regions in Canada with ultra-low unemployment. However, in major urban centres across the country, unemployment is out of control. There are over 400,000 young Canadians who are out of work. So instead of flooding the labor market with more temporary foreign workers, the government should be trying to match available Canadians with those jobs. That's where the policy discussion should be, not with the interests of lobbyists. Why won't the government abolish the TFW program and match available Canadians with available jobs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, temporary foreign workers in this country are down by over 50%. And that does not mean we've reached equilibrium. There are legitimate issues in rural and other parts of this country, including in small businesses in rural Quebec, and members from that side of the House quite accurately reflect it. Mais Monsieur le Président.
But Mr. Speaker, the ultimate hypocrisy here, and I thought that this was done 20 years ago, is to say one thing in English and the other in French in this House. The hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, we're sick and tired of it.
The Honourable Member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, with a background in public safety projects, I recognize that cyber threats pose a growing risk to Canadians, and our government is confronting this challenge head-on. Last week, Bill C-8, the Act Respecting Cybersecurity, passed third reading in the Senate and is now awaiting royal assent. This legislation will ensure critical infrastructure operators can prepare for, prevent, and respond to cyber incidents. Could the Minister of Public Safety explain what this means for the safety and security of Canadians and critical infrastructure in key sectors such as finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Let me thank my colleague from Oakville West for this very important question and her advocacy. Mr. Speaker, Canadians must have confidence in the integrity and security of the products and services they use each and every day. That's why we're taking the necessary steps to protect Canadians, our critical infrastructure, and our economy through Bill C-8. This piece of legislation will help critical infrastructure operators better prepare, prevent, and respond to cyber incidents that threaten Canadian interests. We will continue to modernize Canada's security tools while safeguarding privacy and keeping Canadians safe, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
This Liberal government's open borders policy has let 700 IRGC regime-linked terrorists into Canada. On May 28th, this failed Liberal immigration minister told the House that 17,800 applications have been reviewed for potential inadmissibility. But after all of these reviews, what did Canadians get? A handful of visas canceled, some CBSA investigations underway, and only one person deported. Canadians of Iranian heritage in Richmond Hill and across the country no longer feel safe in their own communities. How can the Liberals say they're protecting Canadians when they keep letting the terrorists roam freely here at home?
They're here. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's get the facts straight. I did 4 hours of Committee of the Whole for all Canadians to hear, and it was very clear in my response. IRGC officials are inadmissible to Canada and have no place in our country. I'm not sure if the opposition wants to hear the response because all I hear is heckling.
There are some loud voices on this side. If we could keep the voice level down. The Honourable Minister may continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that put the ban on. The ban continues. We will continue to protect Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills North.
Mr. Speaker, the government granted a visa to a former IRGC commander who arrived at Pearson Airport on April 28th to attend the FIFA World Cup. The government also failed to deport an Iranian regime supporter who's been convicted of sanctions violations and has been here so long he's suing the government. The government has said for a year that dozens of senior Iranian officials are here, but exactly one has been deported, as was previously mentioned. When will the government treat foreign interference threats seriously?
As an owner of Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I know how to make slick-looking goggle/glasses. But
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of all Canadians is critically important to this government. That's why we're taking decisive action to ensure the security at the border, including ensuring that those who are inadmissible to Canada are not allowed in. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative Party wants to talk serious about crime and law enforcement, they need to get serious on Bill C-22, which is a Lawful Access Act that is before the House. Instead of stonewalling, Mr. Speaker, instead of dragging their feet on critically important legislation, they should support it today so that we can get this through the House before we rise.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Those ministers must know that if you're inadmissible, you're not allowed into the country. The Minister of Immigration admitted to this House that her government let people with ties to the IRGC into this country. She admitted that thousands of visas have been or needed to be reviewed since the beginning of this year, but she won't admit how many are actually here. So I have another question for her. Can she stand up now in her seat and finally tell this House if more than one IRGC agent has been deported from this country?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's try this again. As we have repeatedly said, IRGC officials are inadmissible to Canada. They are not being admitted. There is a ban. That ban continues to be in place. Any senior officials who have served in the Iranian regime since June 2003 onwards are not admissible to Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the face of unprecedented volatility, Canadians want both a long-term plan for economic growth and more immediate measures to help them cope with the rising cost of living. Our new government is delivering both. Last week, more than 12 million Canadians began receiving the enhanced Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This one-time payment, combined with future payments, will allow a family of four to receive up to $1,890 this year. This is just one of the ways that we're increasing affordability for Canadians. Could the Minister of Finance please update this House on other measures that we've taken to improve affordability?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his leadership and for his excellent question. Mr. Speaker, as he announced, he's shed light on the good news that we got last week, Mr. Speaker. With the Prime Minister, we are building the most resilient economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian economy is growing, and we are aware that the most important question for Canadians right now is affordability, and we need to act when it comes to housing, groceries, and the cost of gas. 12 million Canadians last week, Mr. Speaker, got additional aid to help them deal with the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians at home know that we're always going to be there for them on this side of the House.
Honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
I heard from several farmers and local media that test plots at Canada's only federal organic research station in Swift Current were plowed under and reseeded, destroying years of valuable research. The minister will probably stand up and say, oh, this is just a usual organics process, and ignore the data loss. But really, this is the Liberals' weak attempt at responding to the massive pushback from farmers and industry. The Liberal Ag Minister said that shutting federal research centres was worthwhile, but organic farming in Canada is an $11 billion industry and growing. So does the minister really want his legacy to be destroying organic research in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food wants to clapping stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think our honourable member across the way knows exactly what took place at the research station and relevant to the organic growth. We're plowing the fields and they're working the land, Mr. Speaker, as they do every other year, and they'll continue to do that. Research is important in this country, Mr. Speaker. We've been doing it for 140 years. We've over 17 stations that'll remain open, and we'll continue to grow our research in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Acton. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump is imposing tariffs on countries that aren't doing enough to fight forced labor in their imports. That's a pretext, but it's true that Canada is letting products through, and we've seized almost nothing at the border. Last fall, I introduced Bill C-251, which would require importers to prove that products from certain regions were not produced using forced labor or child labor. Now that the Prime Minister says he wants to do more to fight forced labor, finally, will he ensure that my bill passes through all stages of the legislative process?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has some of the most vigorous and rigorous forced labor laws in the world, and it has been clear that we condemn forced labor everywhere and anywhere it exists. Every good that comes into this country is subject to rigorous import controls and screening. After a decade of neglect, we are rebuilding the CBSA to ensure we have enforcement. We will continue to do that work. We will protect Canada's interests this day and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Division 8 of Bill C-30, with only 3 hours of debate in this place before time allocation, represents the single largest rollback of health and environmental protection and regulation of pesticides in the history of this country. I asked the government, I asked the Prime Minister, where did the pressure come from this rollback? I'm reliably informed even industry did not ask for it. Why is the government doing this to our environment and our health?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said yesterday, the priority of this government and of the Department of Health is to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And I'll say it again, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are also managing the agricultural sector, and we're working close with them, but we will always take measures to protect the safety of the health of Canadians at the same time as we develop our economy and our food sovereignty.
I'd like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Michael Tibolo, Associate Attorney General for the Province of Ontario. Tibolo.
That puts an end to question period.
Member
question period
question period ਇੱਥੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਪਾਚੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰ ਹੈ US ਆਰਮੀ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। Let me just share that with you. ਉਹ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਬਿਆਨ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਸ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜੇਕਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਪਦੀ ਹੈ। Let me just share that warning with you, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ Iran the foreign affairs minister ਵੱਲੋਂ, it is like a warning. It is not a direct warning, but ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਔਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਜਸਟ 1 second। सैयद अब्बास अरागची सैयद अब्बास अरागची ने एक मैसेज ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਛੱਡਿਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਸੰਦਰਭ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਹ ਖਾਣਾ ਜੰਗੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Let me share it with you. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਬਿਗ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ। I mean ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਤਾਂ सैयद अब्बास अरागची ने दो ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਦੋ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ I'm going to share it from his own page and let me just put it over here. उन्होंने वार्निंग की देती है So let me take you to that page ਜਿੱਥੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਵਜ਼ੀਰ ਖਾਰਜਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੈयद अब्बास अरागची दैट्स द पिक्चर ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਔਰ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਆ सैयद अब्बास अरागची फॉरेन मिनिस्टर इस्लामिक रिपब्लिक ऑफ ईरान ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਦਰਭ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਜਸਟ ਬੀਨ ਇਨਫੋਰਮਡ ਬਾਈ ਦ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were two pilots involved. ਇਹ already ਆਪਾਂ discuss ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੋਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ just for the reference ਆ Apache helicopter ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਡਰੋਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸੈयद अब्बास अरागची ਵੱਲੋਂ it is very important ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, best solution is for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too. A foreign affair minister ने गल कही है इस तो लगभग 1 घंटा पहला गल कही है इस तो लगभग कुछ घंटे पहला ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ we prefer the language of diplomacy but we speak other language far more fluently break your commitment and we'll switch to what we speak best you ride the horse you saddled ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆ ਗਿਆ why this message is important ਹੁਣ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਨੀਚੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ foreign forces in proximity to our territory ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਤਾਕਤ ਆਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਰਿਸਕ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਐਟ ਕਨਸਟੈਂਟ ਰਿਸਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੀ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਿਸਕ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਐਰਰਸ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਨਸਾਨੀ ਗਲਤੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਸਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਉਹ ਐਕਸੀਡੈਂਟਸ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਫਾਇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਟੂ ਰਿਡਿਊਸ ਰਿਸਕ best solution is for them to leave ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਘੱਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਿਸਕ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਪਰਾਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ we prefer language of diplomacy but speak other language too ਸੋ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਧਮਕੀ ਜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਆਓਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਖਮਿਆਜਾ ਭੁਗਤਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਰਹੀਓ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੋਰ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਇਹ ਸੈयद अब्बास अरागची ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 1 ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਨਕਸ਼ਾ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅਕਸਰ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ ਰਾਈਟ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਨਕਸ਼ਾ Strait of Hormuz ਦਾ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ईरान ओमान UAE और UAE territorial water Iranian territorial water maritime boundary UAE territorial water Omani territorial water right side देखो Iranian territorial waters Gulf of Oman Strait of Hormuz ਉੱਪਰ orange color ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ the Strait of Hormuz is not international waters but shared between Iran and Oman and located thousands of miles away from US shores. Maritime boundaries are crystal clear. Maritime boundaries यानी पानी ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ boundaries ਨੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ 에ਅਰ ਸਪੇਸ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹੱਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਾਉਂਡਰੀ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿਆ ਲਾਈਨ ਆਫ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਹੈ ਲਾਈਨ ਆਫ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਹੈ ਬਾਉਂਡਰੀਜ਼ ਬਣੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਰੀਟਾਈਮ ਬਾਉਂਡਰੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਆਕਾਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਪੇਸ ਕਹਿਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਪੇਸ ਕਹਿਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਰੀਟਾਈਮ ਬਾਉਂਡਰੀਜ਼ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਲ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ Our powerful armed forces are on constant alert for any violation of Iran's airspace, land, or waters. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, let me put this as well. To reduce risk, the best solution is for foreign forces to exit as soon as possible an environment which will never be hospitable to a hostile presence. Iran prefers the language of diplomacy. However, as our brave warriors have shown to the world, we know how to speak other languages too. Sayyid Abbas Arakchi. So very clear message. ਕੋਈ ਇਧਰ ਉਧਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਜੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਬੋਲਣੀ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੱਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਨਕਸ਼ਾ ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਨੋ देयर इज नो टाइम ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਭੁਗਤਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਓਵਰ ਹੇਅਰ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰ ਦਈਏ that's the picture ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਅਜੇ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਨਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਲੀਡਰ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਬਗੈਰ ਗਾਲਿਬੈਫ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ there is no response yet ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫੇਰ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਤਾਂ नो अभी तक कोई ऐसी जानकारी जी है सामने नहीं आई कोई ऐसी जानकारी जी है फिलहाल अजे तक सामने नहीं आई मैं कुछ कर रहा कुछ पेजेस जो देखने दी जितों शायद कोई चीज़ जी है समझ आए या कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन जी है इस जंग के नाल मुतल्लक फार्स न्यूज़ के हवाले तो एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रही है वंस अगेन फार्स न्यूज़ एजेंसी ने बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज इसे सैयद अब्बास अराकची दे मैसेज दे उत्ते ही लिखा वो कहते एक हैकिंग ग्रुप है हंजाला हैकिंग ग्रुप की क्या उन्होंने मैं उन्होंने पेज तो ही तो दिखाना फार्स न्यूज़ एजेंसी दे एक मिनट पहला ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ। Look at this. ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। Hanzala hacking group, Americans must retrieve the bodies of their soldiers from their most hidden bases in the event of any action against Iran. ਇਹ Hanzala hacking group ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪਰਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੋਸਟ ਪਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਉਹਦੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨੇ ਹੀ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਇਸ ਪੋਸਟ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੰਜ਼ਾਲਾ ਹੈਕਿੰਗ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ। ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੀ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੀ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਬਣਨਗੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਕਚੀ ਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰੱਖੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਈਆਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਟਰੰਪ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਰੇਗਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੰਨਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੁਣ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸਿਓਂ ਕੀ ਕੋਈ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੀਡੀਏਟਰ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਸਟੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, there is nothing new. And Trump says you must answer Iran shooting down of Apache helicopter gunship. Let me just get some more information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ। ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੁੰਦੀ, 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ। ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦੇ ਕਤਲ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਫੜਿਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਦਾ ਸਿਰ ਕਲਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਸਿਰ ਕਲਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ 1 ਸੈਕ। ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਹੈਡਸ ਅਪ। ਤੇ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਇੰਗਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ थोड़े ਜਿਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਚੁਰ ਵਿਜ਼ੂਅਲਸ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ एवरीवन टू just to alert कि मैच्योर कंटेंट है और मैं चाहता नहीं कि and it's a big news ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ है Just 1 second, guys. ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦਾ ਗਲਾ ਧੜ ਤੋਂ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਹੁਣ ਉੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਬੜੇ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਯੂਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲਾਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਗੁਜ਼ਰ ਰਿਹਾ और ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੇਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਵਾਟ ਇਜ਼ ਨਿਊ ਇਨ them ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਨਵੀਂ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕੀ ਹੈ One second. I just have to make sure ਜਿਹੜੀ information ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ So Belfast ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ information ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ I'm going to share that with you ਉੱਥੇ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੈਸਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਅੱਗਾਂ ਲੱਗ ਗਈਆਂ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਮੂਵ ਫਰਮ ਦਿਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਛ ਨਵਾਂ ਆਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਬਟ ਨਾਓ ਔਨ ਵੀ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ ਮੂਵ ਔਨ ਫਰਮ ਦਿਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਟੂ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਬੈਲਫਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੈਲ ਯੂ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਗ੍ਰਾਫਿਕ ਫੁਟੇਜ I have to put ਗ੍ਰਾਫਿਕ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਸਿਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧੜ ਤੋਂ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਜੇ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਵਿਕਰਮ ਡਿਗਵਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, but on the other side, it's a very graphic footage. Police confirmed that one of the person who was Sudanese national, he's been arrested over an attempted murder in Belfast last night. Let me just show you one of the video which has been shared online. And Belfast is in Northern Ireland. Jithe ek African migrant, he stabbed and attempted to decapitate a man, attempt to behead a man before locals intervened to save. Police reported the victim suffered serious injuries. Once again, it's very violent. And there are going to be, strong language as well. And this, what has happened, and UK is burning right now. UK is burning right now. Let me just show you.
He still killed him. Hurry up. No, he's not.
So this guy on the top, he's a Sudanese national. He's holding a sharp edge weapon in his hand. You can see it. Same like Henry Nowak case, something like that, but in a different nature, but same sharp edge weapon. This guy is sitting on top of the chest of that victim and trying to behead.
Hurry up. He's completely dead. No, he's not. Has he got a knife? Yeah. Get off him, you fucking rat. Yo! He's trying to cut his head off.
He's trying to slit the throat. Look at that. We have seen so many, footages from the ISIS, the Islamic State of Syria or Islamic State of Iraq, where the terrorists, they slit the throat of the victims, the innocent people. Sometimes it's journalists. So something like that, same modus operandi we can see here. This guy is trying to slit the throat. There were some bystanders who took the charge.
Get on them! Let him go down! Yes! Yes! Stand up! Stand up! There's a cop! There's a cop! Back off! Back off! Back off! Quick! No! Bro, get off! Quick! He's trying to cut his hand off. I can't tell him in the head. He's trying to cut his hand off! He's just off her here! He's just to get her! He's trying to... He still killed him. Hurry up!
So these are the good Samaritans, those who tried to save that victim. But let me just show you what is happening right now. What is the current situation in Belfast and what the political leaders are saying about it. Political leaders, jo jankari mili, ek Somalian national has been arrested following the attempt beheading. And now one of the MP from UK, Great Yarmouth MP, ex-Southampton, Rupert Lowe, he gave a statement, which I'm going to share here. We're going to listen to that, then we're going to move to the latest update of protests.
From Northern Ireland, from Belfast, of one man on top of another with a knife, obviously screaming and shouting. Some patriots effectively attempted to intervene. I don't know what has happened to the victim, but it didn't look good. I now call for the police with full transparency to disclose the ethnicity and immigration status of the person who perpetrated the attack. This is a disappointingly growing trend, which is affecting all of us. It stems from immigration, largely. It stems from the fact that there's a whole industry of people who have made vast amounts of money propagating an industry called the human rights industry, which basically has fed off the back of the legal complexities surrounding human rights law. Those are people like Keir Starmer, Lord Hermer, a whole raft of people who I think put their own interests above those of the safety of the British people. And it's time we got some honesty from the police force, who are paid for the British taxpayer, paid for by the British taxpayer. They're supposed to serve the British taxpayer, and they're supposed to keep us all safe. We can quite clearly see with the recent tragic death of Henry Novak, we can see two-tier policing. And now I think I call for total transparency. If you have transparency, you have truth. And from truth, you can actually start to deal with the issues that are causing the problem. Until we have that, I'm afraid we are going to continue to, all of us, suffer from increasing distrust, an increasing feeling of a lack of safety. And that is not going to be good for all of us. We want our high trust society back, and we're not going to get it back by people being deceitful. We need honesty, we need truth, we need authenticity, and we need...
What you need is to control the domestic politics. The vote bank politics is very dangerous. We have seen in different countries, we have seen in different part of the world, and we have seen the same. Just give me only 1 minute. There is another information. There's another information coming right now. There's another information coming right now from Belfast. There are protests. One sec. Let me just share that. There's no audio for that. You can see it's a transport bus which is on fire. You can see the UK flag on the side. Great Britain flag. Let me check Keir Starmer's account. What is he saying about this or these events? They're very unfortunate events. Let me check Keir Starmer's account. If he just gave a small statement, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, which I'm going to share here. The horrific attack in Belfast last night is sickening. I have absolute no tolerance for abhorrent scene of violence like this on our street. My thoughts are first and foremost with the victim, and I thank the first responders, including members of the public who intervened. But you know, I mean, it's good that you are thanking the members of public who intervened, but this is going to be a big chaos right now. You're putting everybody's life in danger by saying this, because people are going to take the law in their own hand. And in this case, I mean, the situation can be way more worse. Keir Starmer, I'm surprised the way you are handling UK right now. It's very in a dangerous position. So this is the bus which has been set on fire in Belfast. And let me just get some more information. Give me 1 minute. I'm just checking as well, side by side. Some of the other videos as well.
That's what I'll be fags in the car.
Good.
John Batty.
This was from the morning. आज morning दिया है कुछ videos ये सामने आ रही हैं और crowd was going to Southampton as they were marching towards the street in Belfast, Northern Ireland. And then what is the latest? My goodness. There are certain videos which are very tough to. Same video from different angles. Where one bus is on fire.
Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam.
I'll show you some.
Okay, Sam.
I'll show you some footage of Sky News, where they shared some of the footage that some masked rioters are on the move in Belfast. It's a Sky News video or the clip of by the Sky News. There's no audio for that. This has been shared by the Sky News. So UK is going right now out of hands of Keir Starmer. And then there are certain other videos. You can see yourself. So about that bus thing, even BBC confirmed that protesters set fire to bus as disorder flares in Belfast after knife attack. Let me just show you from their website what the BBC is saying about this. That's BBC. They've shown the same clip of that bus, and they updated it 4 minutes ago. Protesters set fire to bus as disorder flares in Belfast after knife attack. Protesters have gathered in Belfast where bins have been set alight and the bus is on fire in the city centre. Traffic has also been blocked as people gather in other towns in Northern Ireland. It comes as a man has been charged with attempted murder over Monday's knife attack in the city. 30-year-old has also been charged with possession of an article with blade or point in a public place and threats to kill. The victim of the attack suffered injuries to his eyes, back, and face. Police described the alleged attacker as a Sudanese man. So this was the same video.
We're just on the edge of Belfast city
That's
centre.
by the BBC.
There are about 100, maybe
From the BBC
150
website.
people who've been gathered here for the last hour or so. Many of them young people, many of them masked, are wearing balaclavas. And you can see there is a fire that's been set in the middle of the road. This is where bins were first set alight. And then because the traffic was disrupted here, you're going to hear another explosion. That's the fourth explosion that we've heard in the last few minutes. And this is what political figures and leaders have been warning about all day here, with the potential of people gathering in response to what we saw last night. That's why the police and the emergency services, as well as political leaders, have spent the day appealing for people to protest peacefully. If they want to gather, they've appealed for calm. But the risk is that with more of these sorts of gatherings across Belfast, across Northern Ireland, that things may escalate. We may see more property burning and potentially a risk to people's safety.
More escalation, more burning, more property burning. More property burning. So this one is again shared by the BBC, from the BBC website.
We're just on the edge. We're just on the edge.
This was from the last night image. So people call for calm as sporadic disorder breaks out. PSNI Assistant Chief Constable Ryan Henderson says there have been sporadic pockets of disorder in a number of locations across Northern Ireland tonight. He urged everyone to remain calm, act responsibly, and avoid any activity that could place themselves or others at risk. Officers are on the ground, working alongside partner agencies, responding to incidents as they arise and helping to keep people safe. What else they can say? It's very tough situation right now going on. Let me just share some other videos which I am getting from Belfast. There's a report by Sky News. There's a report by Sky News. Let me just share that with you. What is Sky News saying about it?
From where the attack took place last night. Of course, that breaking news in the last couple of minutes that man in his 30s has now been charged by police. The PSNI confirming that a 30-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder, possession of an article with blade or point in a public place, and threats to kill. He'll appear in court tomorrow. We're just down on Lower Newton Ards Road in the east of the city, where police here have closed the road, and in the distance there are a gathering of around
This is from last
300 when we were just down
night.
there. People, it's peaceful at the moment. There are certainly a large group of people in the centre of that group who are wearing balaclavas, who are covering their faces. But as I say, it is peaceful, and that is the way that the politicians and, of course, the police here in Belfast tonight will want that to stay. Just chatting to one officer on the ground here, asking potentially where any flashpoints, where their resources are being placed this evening, and they simply said all over the city. And we have seen the infamous riot vans here, the PSNI vehicles, the Land Rovers being placed around the city. But that is a precaution and a call for calm tonight, not just from politicians, but of course from the police here as well. We heard earlier today from the Chief Constable, John Butcher, who said that really the community here in Northern Ireland should look to those people who rushed in at the attack last night, pulling off the alleged attacker from the victim, and that may well have saved his life. That is an example, the Chief Constable said, that truly defines our society. They saved a man's...
There's another news coming, and BBC is confirming it as well. One of the police vehicle has been targeted as well. I'm just confirming that. Let me just confirm that. The PSNI's Land Rover has been attacked.
Nothing, no official guidance, and police here certainly at this point here have closed this road. They are diverting traffic. You can see here cars having to take alternative routes because of the fear of protests across the city, and not just in one location. This is a multi-location situation for the police here in Northern Ireland. It is not just one location. And up at the scene of the attack last night, we were there about 20 minutes ago. There was no gatherings there. It does seem at the moment this is the area where they are congregating, and as I mentioned, quite a few of those in that crowd wearing balaclavas and simply wanting to cover their face from the police. There is no...
And there's another news that this gentleman, the reporter from Sky News, he was forced to end his live report as he was heckled by the protesters. Let me just show you from their website, from Sky News website, where they are claiming that their reporter forced to end his live report as he was heckled by the protesters. Correspondent's name is Dan Whitehead. Just 1 second. They are saying there are certain other that's by the Sky News. Just 1 second.
And a half away from where that attack took place less than 24 hours ago. You can see behind me, we've been seeing those pictures from the helicopter in the last hour or so. That long bus, it's sort of like a double bendy bus, which has been set alight after a fire next to it was set on fire. You can see that the fire engines are on location there. They had to drive this way through the crowds and are attempting to get that fire under control. We keep hearing a series of explosions from that fire. We're not sure if things are being thrown in at the same time or whether it's just the engine and the petrol setting alight. But clearly this is just one of the flash points which we're seeing across Belfast at the moment. There are other areas where we are hearing reports of people throwing objects at police vans tonight, riot vans blocking protesters from getting into certain areas. The crowds aren't significant at the moment, I must admit. You know, this is probably the busiest protest at the moment in the city, where at its height, I would say there were sort of around 300 or so people. It's a mix really of locals here who are concerned, business owners. We've seen posters on some of the businesses on this road here.
If I show you this, that's what Sky News is claiming. 16 minutes ago, they posted this. The Sky correspondent forced to end live reports as they're heckled by the protesters. Our correspondent Dan Whitehead is in Belfast, close to the bus that was set on fire. But this is not everyone's liking. They're a bit further up, where we are at the moment. People are just miling around. They are watching. We've had a few people who are not wanting us to cover and report on this. Moments later, his live report he's being approached and shouting can be heard in the background. So I'm going to finish this report. We're going to listen to the sounds which they are claiming. And then they are saying that correspondent Connor Gillies is also facing a similar situation a few miles away. I think our presence at the moment is feeling as if it's becoming a problem. We observe before handing back to the studios. That's what they
saying that they were closing early because of concerns about the protests, and that may well have been justified looking at what is happening on this road here tonight, as well as those locals who've gathered down here to come and take a look. You know, there are plenty of people who are dressed in black. They are wearing balaclavas. They are covering their face. They clearly don't want to be identified. But as Graham, our policing expert, was mentioning there, you know, the police are on the scene and they will be gathering evidence, especially that flashpoint of the fire, which you can see is still raging. And this is a difficult situation for the fire service down there because this is contained between two sides of the street, and right near the bus down there, it is particularly busy. So it is dangerous. There are explosions continuing, which we periodically hear, and they will be trying their best to get that fire under control while they can. In terms of the scene a bit further up where we are at the moment, people are just milling around. They are watching. We've had a few people who are not wanting us to cover and report on this. Obviously, it is significant given that this is less than 24 hours after that attack. We're going to pass back to you now, as some of those people who are happy coming over to us. We'll pass you back to the studio.
So they're forced to finish their live here. We heard that. We heard that. And it's true. The similar thing happened over here. The similar thing happened over here. Let me just show you.
At the centre of this investigation, a Sudanese national, a man who apparently made the journey from Sudan to Paris, then Paris to Dublin, got a bus from Dublin to Belfast and claimed asylum in 2023 here in the UK, and was granted leave to remain on a visa extending until 2028. Now, clearly that has played a part in the community's concerns here that have led to these protests this evening, a factor that they believe is something that has not been discussed here in this community enough, and is a reason that they are taking to the streets. The policing presence, it remains significant. Streets are closed off across the city, and our security intelligence is suggesting that it's not just this particular pocket of flare-up that we have witnessed here in Northern Ireland this evening. Across many areas, they are witnessing and experiencing similar things this evening as people take to the streets. In varying numbers, hundreds of people in each of these communities to try and make their voice known. In terms of the suspect himself, well, he is due to appear at Belfast Magistrates Court in the morning, charged with, as I mentioned, attempted murder, possession of an article with a blade or point in a public place, and making threats to kill. And it has to be said, that video, that harrowing, graphic video that has been circulating and shared widely on social media of that moment, where the man is pinned to the ground, the victim is pinned to the ground, blood covered his covering.
We have already seen that. We've already seen that video. How police use their vehicle in particular way in Belfast. Let me just show you the same incident from a different channel, where some people do not like to come into the cameras. One sec. There are a few video clips which I'm going to share. That's in Glasgow. Let me just show you. There's an anti-immigrant protest. I think protesters gathered in Belfast after this. There are certain videos which I'm just trying to confirm as well whether they're from the same. Someone posted this video.
Talking about immigration policy rather than about this case specifically, criticised the what's called the leave to remain, the right to remain. He said that was dished out like Smarties. Now, it's interesting actually that whilst Mr. Farage was critical of government policy, it was actually two of his senior recruits from the Tories, Tuella Braverman and Robert Jenrick, who were first of all Home Secretary in her case, and secondly Immigration Minister in the case of Mr. Jenrick. Now, Mr. Jenrick was talking about people coming from Sudan in a Commons debate back in November 2023. He talked about individuals having to make a journey to leave Sudan. Unlikely they'll fly directly from Sudan. He said most of the cases he was aware of as an immigration minister, people who've made the journey to Cairo or to Jeddah.
So bus nu ak kidda lai ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ. I'll show you that. I'll show you that कि bus nu आग किस तरीके ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ. One sec. So you can see yourself a garbage container side ਤੇ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ. Garbage container ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ. Then it's just pushed towards the bus. The bus caught fire. Let me show you the video from different angle. Just give me one sec. So that's how they started the fire. I haven't seen any first responder or anyone here. Let me just get some more information. I saw certain other videos as well. I'll show you certain other videos. Let me show you. That's from Lisbon city protest. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 sec. You see this? And there's more information. The same thing is happening in Glasgow. Same thing is happening in Southampton. Let me just show you some other informations. And there's this protest as well.
I got it.
1 sec. There's another video coming right now. So of the same bus, see yourself how the protesters bring the burning bin closer to the bus.
Good afternoon. I want to provide you with an update on the police investigation on the attempted murder in North Belfast. This morning, many people will have awoken to the very distressing news about this brutal attack. My first thoughts are with the victim and his family, and our detectives and specialist officers are supporting them at this really difficult time in their lives. The man, who's aged in his 40s, was seriously injured in this knife attack. It's important to acknowledge straight away at the outset the bravery of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man. Our position is to provide as much verified information to you, the public, as possible as our investigation continues. So this is what we know so far. It happened in the Kennard Avenue area on Monday the 8th of June around 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived at the scene within minutes to detain and arrest the suspect and administer first aid, and they were joined at the scene by colleagues from Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. The victim was taken to hospital with significant injuries to his eyes and serious slash-wound injuries to his back and face. The suspect, a man in his 30s, who we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He's in custody, and at this time we are not seeking anyone else in connection with this investigation. What is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. I share your revulsion over the brutal nature of this attack, which has created concern across Northern Ireland and further afield. I also understand that there are questions regarding the nature of the attack. So throughout today, we've been liaising with senior counter-terrorism partners, and at this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was terrorist-related. However, I must stress we are still at the very early stages of our investigation. This brutal attack will understandably have sent shockwaves through the community, and I want to reassure all of our communities that your safety is our priority. So we're currently engaging with local representatives and residents to provide reassurance and support. So this evening, you can expect to see an increased police presence across Northern Ireland and over the coming days to help support and reassure all of our communities and to keep them safe. We understand also there's considerable posting on social media, and people will have really well create questions and concerns. But please do not share footage that might cause trauma and risk to the loved ones of those families involved and on our investigation. We're also aware of protest activity planned across Northern Ireland this evening and continue to monitor that and plan accordingly. I know that last night left people feeling a range of emotions from fear to anger. People will want to have their voices heard. But we all remember over the last 2 years, significant disorder that only led to damage in our local communities and young people getting caught up in disorder. So I appeal for calm and the safety of all of our communities in response to this. We've got one person arrested who's currently going through the criminal justice process. Look, I recognise that at a difficult time like this, you'll be looking to us for answers, information and reassurance. And I and my teams are committed that as best as we can during this fast time investigation to provide you with clear, factual and accurate information to all communities across Northern Ireland, and will continue to provide you with updates. Thank you.
Chief Constable Ryan Henderson described how this morning many people would have woken to the very distressing and harrowing images of the attack in Belfast at around about 10:30 p.m. last night. My thoughts, and I know the thoughts of everybody here, are with the victim of that attack and his family. And that should be the case for everybody in Northern Ireland. The man, who's aged in his 40s, was seriously injured in that attack. I want to especially acknowledge the courage of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man, and the PSNI officers who arrived so quickly to arrest the offender. I have absolutely no doubt that those members of the public saved that man's life. What we know so far: this attack happened in Kinnaird Avenue area of Belfast last night at around about 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived within a few short minutes at the scene to detain and arrest the suspect and administer first aid to the victim. Colleagues from the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service arrived a short time after. The victim was taken to hospital with significant injuries. The suspect, a man in his 30s, we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He remains in custody, and at this time, we are not seeking anyone else in connection with what happened last night. What is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. It's my understanding that the suspect was granted leave to remain in the United Kingdom on the 28th of September of 2023.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning,
again, Kingdom on the 28th of September of 2023. Again, this is to be confirmed, but I'm informed that he made his way from Sudan to Paris at dates unknown, and from Paris he flew to Dublin at a date yet to be determined. From my current understanding, he then travelled from Dublin to Belfast by bus on the 10th of February of 2023 and claimed asylum on that date. There is no trace of this suspect on any of our national security databases, and he was not known to the Police Service of Northern Ireland. I've been in direct contact with the head of the counter-terrorism policing in the UK. At this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was terrorist related. I do appreciate the nature of the attack has led to speculation it is terrorist related. However, there is nothing to suggest that that is the case. It's still the early stages of the investigation, and if that changes, we will update you. This vile attack has sent shockwaves throughout all of our communities. I want to reassure all of them that your safety is our absolute priority, and we're engaged with those communities, with residents and with our political parties and leaders to provide reassurance and support. There will be an increased police presence across Northern Ireland this evening and in the coming days to provide help, support and reassurance for all our communities and to keep everybody safe. There is considerable posting on social media. I appeal for everyone to be mindful of what they view and share online. Sharing footage risks causing further trauma to the injured man's family and loved ones and may impact on this investigation. We are aware, of course, of protest activity being discussed across Northern Ireland this evening, and we continue to monitor this very carefully. And I understand that last night's attempted murder will leave people feeling enraged with emotions from fear to anger. But please, please, let the PSNI, let the police do their job, unfettered and undistracted by wider concerns there may be about disorder. In August 2024 and June of 2025, we saw disturbances in Northern Ireland that benefited no one. Those disturbances resulted in damage to our own communities and the criminalising of our own young people. Do not let people who know nothing about Northern Ireland impact on the behaviours of our people in Northern Ireland from afar through social media. Let people who know nothing about Northern Ireland impact on the behaviours of our people in Northern Ireland from afar through social media. Remember the actions, forgive me, of those members of the public. They truly define our society in Northern Ireland. They saved a man's life last night. Do not let the actions of that man impact on any further harm to anybody else in Northern Ireland. Let us do our job. Act responsibly. Do not let anybody be subject to any further criminal investigation because of what happened last night. Let the criminal justice course take its course. I think we're now happy to take questions.
Is it the case that this suspect was someone who came into the country as an illegal immigrant and was given legal status? And the fact that that might be the case, what would be the community reaction to that, and how would they come up through the Republic? And can I also ask the Minister what they believe will be the political fallout when the current government is?
So if I go first with regards to legal status. So I think lawyers will debate the legal status of this individual for weeks, months, and maybe in years to come. There was nothing to prevent that individual from coming into this country, and he sought leave to remain through his asylum application. His status when he crossed that border is still undetermined by us, but it's something that we'll be looking at and will come out in the fullness of time.
Yeah, I think I agree with the Chief Constable. I think that people shouldn't jump to assumptions. We don't have the full picture here, so I think that's important to say. I think for today, the main focus of all of us, certainly collectively standing here together today, is to appeal for calm. It's also to ensure that we reflect where we know people are, because I think people are feeling fearful, people are feeling angry, people are feeling a bag of emotions about what they have witnessed over the course of yesterday evening and into this morning. But my message today is one of calm, and don't allow those people that don't care about people here to incite hatred, to incite fear. Don't allow those people who are faceless to orchestrate campaigns and on the streets. I think that is something that I would want to underline from today's press conference.
First of all, I welcome that the PSNI have communicated a significant amount of detail in relation to the man that has been arrested for this horrendous criminal offence. That is something I think that across the UK, the PSNI and other police forces have learnt. I called this morning whenever I was speaking to the Chief Constable and again in the chamber for the maximum amount of information to be given to people, because I think people have the right to know. In terms of the information that we have heard thus far, and I accept that there will be more details to come out, but what is clear is that this was a man that went through a number of other safe countries before he came to Northern Ireland. I was on a call just last Wednesday, a UK-wide call on immigration, and I raised both of those key issues. First of all, the issue in relation to the Irish border. We have been aware for some considerable time that there are people coming across the Irish border to claim asylum in Northern Ireland. Those people, very often, we do not know their background, we do not know the routes that they come through, and we do not know if they have any convictions or any history in another jurisdiction. So I raised that issue to the UK Immigration Minister as a concern, and asked once again for action on that, because this is not the first time that I have raised that as well. I also raised the issue of those who come to the United Kingdom and subsequently commit offences, that the UK must be able to deport those individuals much more swiftly than they have done thus far. So both of those issues I raised last Wednesday. But I absolutely agree with others here today that what we need today is calm across Northern Ireland, across our communities. Any kind of disorder only serves to wreck our own communities. It doesn't serve any purpose. But I think importantly, people must know that their legitimate concerns and issues are being listened to. Politics must work for the communities we serve. Communities must feel that the protections that are in place are working to keep them safe. And I think that's why people are worried, that's why people are concerned tonight. And the UK government, and indeed here at the Assembly, we must listen and we must take action.
Well, I think it's very important that we do, as the Chief Constable suggested, and allow this police investigation to take its course.
Now, I used to think I was a fast typer. 65 words per minute. That's pretty.
It's very early in that investigation, and there will be further discussions as to how someone came to be here and so on. But irrespective of how they arrived here and what their status was when they were here, what happened last night was horrific and it was unacceptable. And the important thing now is that the police can ensure that all of their focus is on ensuring that this is felt the full force of the law, that it's brought to court and that it's properly litigated in that way. It's important that they are not distracted by other issues in the community. And that's why we're here collectively appealing for calm. We know that people are horrified. We were all horrified. It is a frightening thing to see that unfold online in the way that we did. And of course, if you live in that community or in another community, you will be fearful that the same could happen there. And it is right that we should respond to that. But it is important that in our response, it is about protecting everyone in our community from further harm. And that requires us to do what we have had to do on so many difficult occasions before, to come together, to stay united and to work together as a community to create the kind of safe space that everyone can flourish in and not to leave people feeling vulnerable. I don't want to see a repeat of this on our streets. I have raised the issue with the Home Office in the past around trafficking, both human trafficking and other trafficking across the border. I've raised it also with Jim O'Callaghan, though it is more for the Home Office to do so. But I recognise that there are challenges when you can travel freely. And what we don't want on either side of the border is to see the common travel area being exploited for ill purposes. We have been clear about that. The important thing, however, now is not to demonise any particular community, any particular group of people, or to put people at risk, because there are many people that I've spoken to already today who are fearful about whether or not they will be safe when they return home, about whether they are safe on public transport and to go about their lives and to go to work and do all the things they normally do. That can't be good either for people who have lived here all their lives or for people who have come to make this their home. So we need to create safe communities where everyone is safe, and that's why we're appealing for calm.
Folks, just to make you all aware, I was going to go at 4:40, so we'll just keep going as long as we can. Jane, afternoon, everyone. Chief Constable, last summer, previously talked about your biggest concerns about potential discontent again. Why did it happen last night? How worried are you about that? There are members of the minority community here who are all listening to this. What can you say to reassure them that your concerns about potential retaliation?
So if I begin, obviously, I alluded to what we've seen in 2024 and 2025. People who contribute positively to society in Northern Ireland were attacked last year and the year before. The person responsible for this vile attack is in custody. Let the criminal justice process take its course. We have got incredible communities across Northern Ireland. The challenge we face with today's online toxic nature and the inciting of hatred is that manifests itself by people doing things that they would not ordinarily do. And they are incited by people who are faceless and know nothing about this brilliant, vibrant place. I said earlier, what defined Northern Ireland last night was the reaction of the neighbours of that victim in going to his aid, without any fear for their own safety. That's the Northern Ireland that I know. And I appeal again, and that's why we're all here today, for everybody who is repulsed by what happened last night to understand the person responsible is in custody. Where there are any concerns about immigration, let's have those through a political debate. Let the criminal justice process take its course. And let's just remember that all of our communities in Northern Ireland almost entirely contribute positively to this place. And don't be fooled or duped into a trap by people online inciting awful behaviour.
And just to chime with that very much, I say as First Minister to all of our migrant community that we have no tolerance for sectarianism, for hatred, for division, and to all those people out there that are stoking up tensions, particularly in that social media space, who have no care or interest in the people here, but are happy to, raise tensions. I say they do not represent us. This is a society that is welcoming, that is inclusive. We are good people. And I said to everybody out there, I don't want to see any person living in fear. And we need to say no to racism, no to hatred, no to sectarianism that is out there in our society. What happened last night was horrific. People need to separate those things out.
Okay, look, I think people want to have a conversation about immigration. I think communities are very concerned about what is happening. No community wants a dangerous person living within their community. And I do think that people are very frightened about that. That is an entirely separate debate. And I think what we're seeing very often is that frustration from people that their genuinely held concerns are not taken seriously, and there's not the action to follow up to take those issues seriously. And that does, of course, go to the heart of discussions around immigration policy, and particularly discussions around vetting as part of that process. That is entirely separate from issues here in relation to a really genuinely valued part of our community. The people who come here to make Northern Ireland their home, they work in the hospitals, they absolutely hold up our core public services. They're working in our factories and businesses right throughout Northern Ireland. And I speak to those businesses on a regular basis, and I know that they would be completely lost without those hard-working people making such a valuable contribution. Our ethnic minority community in Northern Ireland also make such a valuable contribution to our community life, our cultural life. They are part of our community. And of course, when I say that all communities should be able to feel safe, should they be walking down a street or in their own home or in their workplace, then of course that includes everyone, regardless of your race, regardless of your nationality. So my message today is very clear to our ethnic minority community. You are valued. You are our community. You are part of Northern Ireland, and we will do everything that we can to protect you as well.
Clearly, this is an incident where one individual was responsible. There are many dangerous individuals who live in Northern Ireland who were born here and have lived here all their lives. I grew up at a time in this place where my accent alone would have identified me when I went abroad as a potential threat in an airport or a potential threat in a community, and we were often abused for that. Though we shared nothing in common with those who were involved in that activity, we were all judged to be the same. I don't want that to happen to any person here because of the colour of their skin or their nationality or their background. This person is not representative of a whole community. He is an individual who should be held to account before the law. The only people who will be harmed if there is unrest on our streets are innocent people. The only thing that will be achieved is further victims. And so I'm asking for people to be calm, to be rational at a time when it is easy to be irrational because you're hurt, you're upset and you're angry, and because there are bad faith actors who want to stir trouble. It is not in the interests of anyone in Northern Ireland for us to see our community torn apart in these instances. And I understand that many people from our ethnic minority and foreign national community will be fearful today. They have lived through previous cycles of retribution when someone who happens to be from an ethnic minority background commits a crime. We don't do this for any other group, and we must not do it. when it comes to ethnic minorities. One individual doing one awful act is not representative of everyone who lives in Northern Ireland, nor should we allow it to become so. And I would appeal to people to listen to what's been said today. The guilty person, as far as the police are concerned, is in custody. The only people who will be harmed if there is unrest will be those who are innocent.
That's in the Parliament building, these gongs.
So obviously, it's been alluded to in this press conference around some of the challenges we face in Northern Ireland. We'd already continged for challenges this summer. I was fearful because of what we've seen in the last 2 years that we could see a repetition. And last night's events obviously presents a challenge to us. But by us speaking so clearly now about the negative consequences of anybody doing anything that would result in anybody else being put in any way in danger or facing any harm, I'm hoping that sanity will prevail. And in the last 2 years, we've had so many young people in Northern Ireland whose lives have changed forever because they've gone in the criminal justice system, because we've identified them, we've arrested them, and we've successfully prosecuted them for disorder. Please don't do it. But we have got the resources to deal with this. We have already made contingencies around getting support from elsewhere.
Here are 65 AI tools you need to know if you ever want to make that sale.
This is something that we're used to here. But I again appeal to everybody to please let sanity prevail. Nobody wants to see anything in this incredible place of Northern Ireland other than tranquility and people getting on together. And by the way, Northern Ireland is one of the safest places to live in the United Kingdom. Literally, almost the safest place to live. So let's remember that and let's show that. And again, let's remember the community spirit here, which was demonstrated very clearly last night by the neighbours of this poor victim.
Minister, First Minister, you insisted it was forced orders in Northern Ireland. You have watched, your party have watched violence in Dublin and in the Republic of Ireland in very similar things. Why would you insist on the value and forced orders from the Republic of Ireland into Northern Ireland? And if there have been checks, if there have been lots of these things in place, can you explain to one of your party's representatives, John Newton's constituents, why he denied the hospitals one? Because your party insisted in forced orders inside. I must say, I do absolutely praise your two officers last night. They were amazing. But what I need to understand is the overplacing of Scarlet and Weekend has made those communities think twice about the legal case for the first one.
Quite the monologue there, Doug, and fake news. And on the day that's in it, totally inappropriate. I don't know any country that has open borders. I believe in an immigration system that is fair and managed and enforceable and compassionate and human rights compliant. But that is not the debate for today. The debate today is about our society, about our inclusive society, our welcoming society. Our conversation today is about our thoughts are very much with that gentleman who finds himself a victim of that violent and horrific attack last night. Our thoughts today are about creating calm in our society. So I think the message from here, from this platform, is very consistent, and I have no truck with your fake news.
Oh.
I have no truck with your fake news.
Orders to function.
So, yeah, let me deal with that. Listen, the PSNI is probably the most transparent, open and accountable police service that there is in the United Kingdom. I would argue on the island of Ireland. We policed Scarva at the weekend. There were no arrests, there were no injuries. And I know there's been some public concern about the policing response, and we are meeting with community and political leaders to understand their perspective and to explain ours. And what we've done in recent years is show this organisation for the brilliant, brilliant police service it is. You will all have watched Peelers. I appeal to you to actually think about that. The officers who will be out there tonight trying to do their best to provide community reassurance are the officers that you've seen through that television programme. Ordinary people from across the communities in Northern Ireland trying to make this a better place. We're all in this together. And we must not let other people in any way provoke any activity that we do not want in our communities. So Scarva, we will deal with, we'll be open, we'll be transparent, and we'll listen to what people have got to say, and we'll learn if we've got things wrong. But that's for another day. Today is about making sure people understand the consequences if they start to commit criminal acts, and understand the necessity to actually sit down together, work together, be together to make this a better place, and not allow that man last night who committed that crime to have any more infamy than he got from that video last night. Do not give it to him. Let's all behave ourselves, and let's think of the family of that poor victim and the victim himself.
Thank you.
So this one is done. But ਅੱਜ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ UK ਦੀ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੀਟਡ ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ let me just get you straight to the UK's parliament's today's proceeding, especially UK Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn. He answered some tough questions in parliament regarding the person who's been arrested. Let me just put that information here so we can move forward. One second.
And we have the transparency that people deserve. Can the Secretary of State confirm the immigration status of the attacker? If, as is reported, the attacker is a foreign national, what steps will the Home Office take? It is urgent the facts are put on the public record to avoid speculation and prevent an information vacuum, which the Independent Review of Terror Legislation has warned about. If there has been failings on our borders, this is yet another reminder that we do need stronger borders, and this is why we believe it is time to leave the ECHR. I encourage all who have evidence of the attack to come forward and support the PSNI in its investigation. I join the Secretary of State and all communities in condemning this horrific attack.
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his comments and for the tone in which he expressed them, because it is, I think, very important that we act responsibly in these circumstances. I agree, as I've already indicated, that information should be made available to the public. The proper procedure in answering his very specific question is for the PSNI to be in contact with the Home Office, which I know they have been doing, in order to establish the facts around the individual. And I would anticipate, as I say, it's proper that the police provide that, as they are leading the investigation. And I anticipate that more information will be made available shortly by the PSNI, is the right and proper approach. I would have to say, however, I do not agree with what he said about the European Convention of Human Rights. It's very important. We have it because it protects the liberty of all of us.
Dr. L. Pinkerton, Liberal Democrat, spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reports from Kinnaird Avenue are indeed deeply distressing. My thoughts are with the victim and with his family. I pay tribute to the residents who did the extraordinary thing of running towards danger, intervened to restrain the attacker and help protect another person's life. I also thank police officers and paramedics who responded with such speed and professionalism. Their actions almost certainly saved a life yesterday evening. What I know of North Belfast is that it's a community that has worked hard to build trust across long-standing divides, and that residents will be as horrified by this attack as the rest of us. Will the Secretary of State reassure residents that they will be kept safe in the days ahead, confirm that the PSNI have the support that it needs to maintain a visible presence, and make clear that no one should exploit one individual's actions to cast suspicion on a whole community?
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman in everything that he said, and I know that the PSNI is working hard to provide reassurance to the local community and to make arrangements for that reassurance to be visible. In the face of those, let us be frank in this House, who will wish to use this terrible event to stir up trouble and to seek disorder on the streets of Northern Ireland. And I say that because we have seen it before. We do not wish to see it again. And that is why all community leaders, politicians and others have such a responsibility to call for the calm that he himself has so eloquently called for.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank the Secretary of State for his well-chosen words, wise words as well, and for his answers. Tensions are inflamed, and at this moment, I'm aware of planned protests throughout my constituency of Strangford. And I'm also aware that many of those who intend to attend do so not because they are frightened for their family alone, but instead feel their fears are ignored when they make a good and grand statement. So how can the Secretary of State and this government ensure that people from Portavogie to Newtownards know that their right to peacefully protest is respected? But more than this, that their government, my government, will make changes for safety reasons as a matter of urgency. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, I join with the honourable member in reasserting the right of every citizen of our country to protest peacefully. But we have seen in the past that there are those provoked by others who sought to use that opportunity to then promote violence and disorder. And I join with him in saying peaceful protest, of course, everyone has the right to express their view. But in the end, if we want to support the PSNI, the last thing people should be doing is stretching their resources across Northern Ireland to deal with protests that aren't going to help anyone and are not going to assist in the furtherance of this investigation, so the perpetrator can be brought to face justice. That is the way we do things in our country, is it?
Jim Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all shocked by the sheer savagery of this attack. And indeed, the only bright spot in this orgy of violence was the brave intervention of local citizens whose courage we salute. But what I want to know, and what I know my constituents want to hear, is what will be done to stop the importation of an alien culture that thinks it's appropriate to try and behead someone within the United Kingdom. On the immigration status of this person, did they hold a visa before they came to the United Kingdom? Did they obtain a visa having come illegally to the United Kingdom? I think we're entitled to know. And I do say to the Secretary of State, this House should be getting its information from the Secretary of State, not from the press conference of a Chief Constable. And I think the House is entitled to know, because it's truth and transparency, which is the greatest antidote to rising tensions. So can we have the answers?
Secretary of State.
Well, I would say I'm sorry that the honourable gentleman used the word alien culture, because what exactly is he referring to? What the British people have had enough of, or anyone from wherever they come, whatever their background, who seeks to commit violence on citizens of the United Kingdom. That is what we together are strongly opposed to. There is a proper procedure that needs to be followed in relation to the release of information. It is a live investigation. I think it is right and proper that the police lead on that. And that is why it is the police who have been in touch with the Home Office and will provide further information. And as soon as I am also able to update the House, I will do so. I am also in favour of as much information as possible being provided once process has been followed to make sure that it can be confirmed.
Julian.
Whilst I agree with virtually everything the Secretary of State said in his opening response, I really am baffled by his refusal to share with the House a piece of simple information. Did this person come legally into this country and has a 5-year visa?
There has to be a
Came
transparency.
legally, or was he given this visa after entering the country illegally? This information will come out sooner or later. And what we have learned from similar terrible incidents like this is the longer it is withheld, the worse the rumour mill goes into action.
Well, I do understand the last point that the right honourable gentleman makes, but it is very important in these circumstances to be absolutely sure about the facts before they are released. And the proper vehicle for doing that is the PSNI being in touch with the Home Office, which is what has been happening this morning. As the right honourable gentleman may be aware, the police originally said they believed him to be of one nationality. It may well turn out that he is in fact of another nationality, which does demonstrate the point I'm trying to put to the House, that it is important that the police lead on that so that the full facts can come out and then they can be made available to the House and to the country.
Lee Anderson.
Speaker, of course, the Secretary of State will know the answer to this question. Did the assailant enter the United Kingdom as an illegal migrant stroke asylum seeker?
Well, until I am in a position by talking to the honourable gentleman's asked me a question, would he do me the courtesy of allowing me to answer it? Until I am in a position to have that confirmed, I cannot confirm it to the House. As soon as I can, I will. But as I've already explained, it is the PSNI that is leading on answering the very legitimate question that he has asked.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Should give the information on the immigration status.
Belfast described this incident as medieval. It wasn't just medieval, it was pure evil. When we saw what happened
It's
on
pure
the
evil,
streets
absolutely pure
of
evil.
the United Kingdom. And while tribute has been paid for those members of the general public who stepped in and the emergency services that responded, can I also seek a reassurance from the Secretary of State that those members of the general public who stepped in will actually be recognised and not be persecuted or prosecuted for the actions that they actually took in regards to attacking that individual? And can I also encourage the Secretary of State to come forward and fill the vacuum of information that's out there, because he does know more than I think he is telling the House at this minute in time in regards to this incident?
It was an act of pure evil. I agree with the honourable gentleman in saying that. I'm surprised that he suggests there's any possibility of those who came to the aid of the victim should be at risk of prosecution because they were trying to save him when judging by the footage, when the attacker was trying to inflict great harm upon him. And my judgment, having looked at that, is what they did was proportionate and fair. But that is for others to judge. It is important that they are recognised. I've already indicated the House. As soon as I have information that is confirmed and which I can be sure of, I will inform the House.
Gregory Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of people are horrified at the circulation online of the video that the Secretary of State has alluded to. And while he quite rightly congratulates the members of the public who intervened, and they did, whether it was a hurl bat or a cricketing bat, they took action. But what we need to see now, as tension rises, we need to see government action to restrict and inhibit people arriving in this country illegally, some of which carry out the actions that we saw on the streets of Belfast last night.
Domestic
the
politics,
honourable gentleman
my
was
friend.
well aware of the action that the government is taking to deal with illegal migration. And I've also made clear to the House the steps we take if anyone, however they came to the country, or whether they are from this country, commits a criminal offence, they will face due process. And any foreign national, regardless of how they came, who abuses our hospitality and commits crimes, can expect to be deported at the end of their sentence.
Go lock up.
Thank
That's
you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are very much with the victim of this horrific attack last night, and I want to also echo the calls for calm in our communities. Communities in Northern Ireland are angry, they are demanding answers, and they deserve answers. Sadly today, I don't feel they're getting those answers. And it's not lost on the people of North Belfast, who is in this place today, speaking up for working class communities who are very concerned about uncontrolled immigration and the fact that many houses now, that mayors won't even tell how many houses they have full of immigrants. So my question is, was this individual known to the authorities? How many other from the same country are currently being accommodated in Northern Ireland? How did they enter the UK, and what action this
valid
government
question.
is taking
Very valid
to
question.
prevent abuse of our immigration system, including via the land border within the Republic of Ireland?
Well, I say to the honourable member that the public are right to be angry about what they witnessed in that appalling video and what they have heard about the attack that took place. As I've already indicated to the House, I mean, some of the questions that she's asked, I will endeavour to come back to her on. Others will be provided in due course once the facts have been checked. It's really important that the facts are checked before information is given to the House, because I don't want to stand here and say one thing and it turns out that is not the case. So checking that thoroughly is a responsibility on me before I inform the House, and that is what I intend to do.
Calm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also echo the sentiments of members in this House in sending my thoughts and prayers to the victim of this horrific attack? And in specific, can I also extend my gratitude to the local community who bravely intervened? What we all must do now is encourage calm at this most troubling time and stop tension from further being inflamed. And to that end, does the Minister agree that we must not let the heinous actions of one person be taken as an opportunity to taint an entire community, and that we should not and must not attempt to fill the gaps whilst the story and the police investigation continues to deliver justice to the victim?
It's very stereotype
I
kind
do
of.
agree with the honourable gentleman when he says that. And when I think back to those who were attacked in the wake of the terrible events in Southport and then in Ballymena, we know that in Northern Ireland, certain of individuals were attacked. It had nothing to do with any of this, simply because of the colour of their skin. And that is not what this country is about. Identify an attacker, due process in due course after investigation. Do not cast aspersions on a whole community. Many people from all backgrounds contributing so much to our national life.
Joker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. And following on, I myself also give my deepest sympathies for the victims and his family and pay tribute to the bystanders who intervene at this horrific case. Does the Secretary of State agree with me, as he has already expressed, further that crime and heroes come in all different hues and colours, like we have seen in Cambridgeshire in the train, as the stabber of the Saudi student in Cambridgeshire in the picturesque streets last year? It doesn't matter which background you come from, and it's a responsibility for members in this House to temper their inflammatory remarks so we do not see actions like we did last week in Southampton, where innocent police officers are having to go into hiding.
Well, I would say to the honourable member, we all have a responsibility by our actions and our words not to inflame. And we all have a responsibility, as I indicated in answering the right honourable gentleman's original question, to plead for calm in these circumstances. That is the right thing to do on behalf of all the people of Northern Ireland.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Calm is essential after this horrific, brutal attack. We all know that. The Secretary of State has referred to further information coming out as we speak. Will he therefore commit to returning to this House later today, if possible, to update the House on the important information around the suspect and any other information you hear?
I'm very happy to say to the honourable gentleman, I will report to the House in an appropriate form as soon as I am able to do so.
Right, that completes the questions. Let the front benches change over.
Let me just check.
We know.
To make a statement on the Middle East, first on the Iran conflict and Lebanon, second on the situation.
Let me just take you directly to what is the situation right now. One sec. Somebody said, send them home, send them home, send them home. Absolutely. If they are not respecting the law of the land, then they don't have any right to live in that country. Let me just share some of the live information, what is happening in Belfast right now. The current situation in Belfast. Let me just get you some more information on what is happening in the Middle East. I think the Central Command of US, they announced that they have conducted self-defense strike against different sites in Iran. Let me just share this information. These are the latest pictures. Let me get some more information and share it with you. One sec. I don't have any audio for this clip, but let me just. That's what the latest situation is, even now. Some people are claiming that some Belfast member of parliamentarians are warning of outside opportunists coming to protest knife attack. They can take the, or they can misuse this horrific incident into limelighting their own political agendas. Some MPs are claiming this. But as we have heard in the parliament, that most of the people, most of the MPs, they just want the transparency. They just want to know the status of that attacker. There's a breaking news as well that CENTCOM just announced that they launched some strikes on Iran after Apache helicopter downing. After the Apache helicopter incident, what they have said, let me just post it over here and well.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without.
Let me just share the other news with you. Then we can go back to the Belfast situation. US Central Command just announced that they have conducted a self-defense strikes against Iran that began at 5 p.m. Eastern Time in direct response to the downing of a US Army AH-64 Apache over the Strait of Hormuz yesterday at the direction of President Donald J. Trump. We know that Donald J. Trump has mentioned earlier that one of the Apache helicopter has been shot down by the Iranian regime. Then the Speaker of the Parliament, the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, he mentioned that we prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak the other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. This was the Apache, just for the reference. And this was the Shahid drone. The foreign minister of Iran, he mentioned this. Our powerful armed forces are on a constant alert for any violation of Iran's airspace, land, or water. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human error, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in ceasefire. This was the latest message by US Central Command, US CENTCOM. Let me take you back to Belfast once again. That's the latest footage. That's the latest live footage from Belfast. It's 10:43 p.m. in Belfast, Northern Ireland. That's the latest footage over there. You can see yourself. The fire hydrant are going or moving, I don't know where. Let me check if I can get some more information on anything out of this. Basically, these are the fire hydrants or the fire extinguisher trucks. Those who are responding to the different incidents. This feed is via New York Post. And there are certain other news organizations which are sharing the same feed. Let me just check some more information. In Belfast, the BBC News is confirming that multiple homes are on fire. Multiple homes are on fire across Belfast, with the fire service now dealing with the blazes at several residences on Crumlin Road. And there are certain other fires at homes on Landrick Street. Landrick Street. Let me just put this information here in case if my accent is too thick. That's really sad. That's really very sad. Whatever is happening right now in it's really sad. Let me share the latest information. Let me just share some information that what is BBC saying. So the fire extinguishers are trying to contain the fire. That's what we can see. Multiple homes are on fire. On Crumlin Road, several residents are set ablaze. On Landrick Street, East Belfast. On Crumlin Road in Northern Belfast. One of the property on Crumlin Road, the windows of that property has been smashed. Let me just get some more information. Multiple homes are on fire. Multiple. That's what the real situation is right now. It's truly, Belfast is burning. Belfast is burning. Whether their leaders admit or not, that's what the situation is right now. And these are live pictures from Belfast. You can see yourself how many fire tenders are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, approximately 5 to 6. And they are in the different streets. Seems like it's on Crumlin Street, Crumlin Road. There's another update. There's another update coming. One sec. One sec. So it's everywhere, even in East Belfast, West Belfast, North Belfast. I'll show you the map. Just one sec. Let me get some more information. So So First Minister Michelle O'Neill, she posted something. Let me just post it for you. First Minister, she posted something and I'm going to share it with you. Just one sec. 24 minutes ago. Just one sec. So Michelle O'Neill, she just posted on her social media that groups of masked men burning families out of their homes is nothing less than disgusting cowardice. This has nothing to do with the community. This is outright thuggery. The attack in North Belfast was heinous and wrong. But there are dangerous attempts to exploit that to target and attack innocent people who are simply trying to live, work, and raise their families here. Racism, intimidation, and violence are wrong wherever they occur. There can be no excuse and no justification for these attacks tonight. No one wants to see this on our street, and I again appeal for calm. Michelle O'Neill, First Minister, Vice President, and representing the people of the Mid-Ulster constituency, Tyrone. That's what she has posted just a few minutes ago. One second. Let me just take you back to the live. This is what is happening right now in Belfast. Multiple homes are on fire. Multiple homes. Let me get some more information. Groups of masked men burning families out of their homes. What is police doing? Firefighters are right now on the scene. We can see clearly. It's 11 p.m., just 2 minutes shy to 11 p.m. in Belfast. Let me check the weather in Belfast. It's 9 degrees. People have to stay outside their homes. It seems like there's a precipitation. It's 8%. So it's 11 o'clock. 9 degrees Celsius temperature, and people's multiple homes are burning right now. I'm surprised why there's no information. There's no information shared by any other minister. I'm waiting for that. This is outright thuggery. First Minister Michelle O'Neill, she mentioned a few minutes ago. You can see clearly. Seems like the fire is contained now. There are multiple fire tender vehicles, and we can see smoke here. That's smoke just in the middle of your screen. It's still burning. It's still burning. So first responders are there, paramedics, seems like police as well, and fire rescue. We can see now clearly. There's a lot of smoke. Lot of smoke. So it's still burning. The homes are still burning. Not sure what is the condition of the. Let me check some local news. If there's a Belfast news or something. So this is the current situation in Belfast right now. See there they are. Fire extinguishers are trying to contain the fire. You can see. Still the homes are on fire. It's not contained. It's not contained. That's the clear view. That's a very clear view. It's real damage. It's real damage. It's real damage. It's completely chaos. Unrest. Unrest in Belfast. This seems like row homes. Seems like row homes. The big number of fire extinguisher. This is such a big challenge for the fire extinguishing teams. Big challenge for fire tender teams. Look at the pipes. Look at the water pipes. They have to deal with multiple fires at the same time. They are dealing with multiple fires at the same time. Such a tragedy. Such a tragedy. The act of one person bring the communities to this level. And that too was not an Irish. That too was not a UK citizen. That too, the politicians are trying to, allegedly hiding the information or not sharing the factual information under the garb of privacy or certain other things. I don't know. So such a shame. Oh my God. I can feel the pressure of these fire extinguisher, these firemen. I can feel the pressure of these first responders. Such a tough time for them. Such a tough time for them. At 11 o'clock, they are responding to multiple fires, and I'm pretty sure with limited resources. And this is the one area. This is one area. Let me just show you the map. Let me just show you the map. One sec, guys. Let me just show you the map. That's the map. That's the map. You can see yourself. West Belfast and East Belfast. See this. I'm going to take you to, look at this. It's on the other side of Belfast. It's on the other side of the Belfast. There's another fire. It is such a tough time for the firemen, fire teams, first responders. I'm pretty sure Keir Starmer is sleeping right now. I'm pretty sure. Must be sleeping right now. That's Belfast right now. The eastern, northern, west, multiple homes are on fire. Let me give you one more update. One sec. Just one second. Look at that. There's another fire. Are those lights or fire? Seems like lights. There's a community called Ballyclare, just outside the Belfast, about 20 miles away in County and Trim. It says a Turkish barber shop has been attacked. A Turkish barber shop has been attacked. Look at this. There's another fire. Such a horrific scene. Such a horrific scene. Seems like commercial businesses. Evergreen. Some kitchen, I think. ACPD. But a Turkish barbershop has been vandalized. Oh. Tandoori kitchen. Let me check where is Tandoori kitchen on Belfast. Tandoori kitchen in Belfast. Okay. So it's on Shankill Road. It's on Shankill Road. It's on Shankill Road. Tandoori kitchen. Let me show you. This is next to Evergreen. Shankill bedrooms. I think that's the one sec, guys. Evergreen. Shankill bedrooms. I think that's the one sec. I'm just going to share the screenshot from Google Images. Look at this. That's Tandoori kitchen, ACPR. This green is the greenhouse, whatever, the greens. And the Shankill bedrooms. Seems like that is on fire. You can see yourself, Tandoori kitchen, ACPR or ACPR. Yes, ACPR, Evergreen. And then the next one is Shankill bedrooms. Seems like that is on fire. That is on fire, yeah. And this area is known as Shankill Road, near the Spectrum Center, and it's just in the heart of Belfast. It's very much near the Belfast City Airport. It's very near. This area is known as Shankill Road. And it's in the heart of northern western side of Belfast. Seems like western more western side. There's the east side. There's a, I can't see. Next stop. That's a live image. These are the live. That's a live video right now. Look at how many resources are being used of taxpayers. That's Shankill bedrooms, if I'm not wrong. Shankill Road, and on the other side it's Lanark Way. Lanark Way. Let me show you from the eagle eye view. Once again, that's the place. Shankill bedroom. You can see yourself. Shankill bedroom. I'll just take this one out. I'll show you from different angle. Same area. Look at this. That's the point, the pin where I dropped the pin. It's Tandoori Kitchen. And Shankill Furnishing, you can see furniture shop. It's on Shankill Road, and the other side, on the left side, it says Lanark Way. Lanark Way, Shankill Road, and Battenberg Street. Battenberg Street, Brookmount Street, so many streets. So it's not just only the houses are on fire. And there's a church as well. Just on the next building, there's a church. RCCG Convent Place of Grace. Let me show you. That's the church on the right side of this complex. RCCG Convent Place of Grace. Next to the Foundry Cafe Spectrum Center. Shankill Baptist Church. You can see, let me just move my face on the, or maybe just, you can see yourself now. Shankill Baptist Church. There's a church very close to this place where the fire responders are. Responding right now. This is on somewhere you can say the middle, the central, and on the western side of Belfast, where this business was on fire. Let me show you something. So Hilary Benn, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, he just posted something. And Prime Minister retweeted that. Prime Minister did not share something of his own, but he retweeted this information. Let me just check first. So these are the homes. Let me just show you the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, what he has said. People have been rightly shocked by the brutal attack in North Belfast, but the police must be allowed to do their job so the law can take its course. The scenes of disorder we have witnessed in some parts of Northern Ireland this evening are only damaging communities and putting innocent lives at risk. There is no justification to all for this type of thuggery. I echo the call from the PSNI for this violence to end now. To end now. And Mr. Keir Starmer, Sir Keir Starmer, he retweeted this. One sec. Let me just take you there. Let me just show you. Look at this. These are the vehicles which are damaged. The vehicles which are damaged. I can see that. These are the vehicles which are damaged. Cars and some SUVs. You can see yourself. These are the cars. Which was set on fire. Such a tragic time for. Very tough time for Belfast. Very tough time. Way more tough time for the residents, way more tough time for the fire responders, the first responders. It's very hard. It's very hard even to report. See yourself. The roads have been blocked. The vehicles are on fire. This fire has been contained. This is a detour for the general public, those who are using these streets. That's the current situation in Belfast. I think the same place where we saw like multiple homes were burning.
am Sarah. Hiya, hiya. ensuring future mission success. Now, we're still at the beginning with our planning for science, so stay tuned as there will be more exciting science yet to ride along with Artemis 3. I am extremely excited for NASA to build upon the success of Artemis 2 and then Artemis 3 and to explore more of the moon, to build that sustained presence and to build our moon base to prepare for the next giant leap, human exploration of Mars. All while we lead the world doing paradigm-shifting science. At NASA, science enables exploration and exploration enables science. And NASA Science is honored to take our part in the Artemis generation. And with that, I am delighted to hand it back to Administrator Isaacman.
Okay. So you want to find out who the astronauts are? All right. Well, thank you, Jeremy, John, Jessica, and Nikki for providing these incredible updates. Now, before we proceed, I would like to invite Vanessa, our Center Director here, to please join me on the stage. I'd also like our Deputy Administrator, Matt Anderson, if you could join us, our Associate Administrator, Amit Rushia, Director General of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, and Lori Glaze, who's going to lead our human spaceflight efforts, Norm Knight, our Flight Operations Director, and Scott Tingle, our Chief Astronaut. If you would, please join us on the stage. Now, alongside the prime crew, we have a backup crew member who will train shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure mission readiness and continuity. Test pilot, Air Force Colonel, and former SpaceX Crew 4 pilot stands ready to join the team if necessary, Artemis 3 backup crew member, Bob Hines. Now, Bob has logged 170 days in space across 2 ISS expeditions and can step into any role needed on this mission. Now, moving on to our mission specialist for Artemis 3, test engineer and Coast Guard Reserve Commander, making his first space flight, mission specialist Andre Douglas. We have Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot, family medicine physician, and record-setting astronaut, mission specialist, Colonel Frank Rubio. Now on to our pilot, 2-time flyer, ESA astronaut, the first Italian space station commander, and Italian Air Force colonel and test pilot, Luca Parmitano. Two-time astronaut, former space station commander, Marine Corps colonel, and test pilot with more than 7,000 flight hours, Artemis III commander, Randy Bresnik.
Spacecraft from our commercial partners. All of this while working hand in hand with the flight control team that works tirelessly to manage risk, ensure crew safety, and of course, mission success. This multifaceted integration demonstrates that we will go farther faster when we go together. As the Director of Flight Operations, I have the opportunity to get to know every astronaut as well as many of the team members that support our missions and other critical integral roles. These integrated teams are the backbone of the mission, working as a single entity to accomplish the mission objectives while aligning to crew and vehicle safety. I would also like to thank the families of our astronauts and those of our team members who provide the support that allow us to accomplish these ambitious goals for our country and humanity. To simply say, I am encouraged, I'm inspired, and I'm filled with hope when I think of this mission and the teams associated with it. To the Artemis III crew, each of you possess a unique background, and your vast experience and unwavering dedication to NASA's mission enables you to help make us and take this next great step in space exploration. I am proud to work alongside you as we make our mark on history. This mission begins now, and it will conclude with your safe return to Houston, where you will be reunited with your families. Now, I'm honored to turn it over to Mission Specialist Andre Douglas.
Wow. What an amazing day it is today. My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full. And I can't thank everybody who's been along with my journey, but I got a few tonight I got to give a shout out to. So Mom, thank you so much for believing in me, this whole time, all these years. You prayed for me, you thought about me, and I'll always appreciate that. And Dad, that work ethic that you showed, I was trying to emulate you. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, happy early Father's Day. And to Rachel, my lovely wife, thank you, babe. The support you've given is unwavering. It has been a lot. What a journey. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. It's just amazing. You're amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. I love you so much. And to my boys, if you put in the hard work and you think big, you can do just about anything you want to do. Surround yourself with good people. You can do this. You can do whatever you want. Just got to try hard. All right? So I don't have enough time to go through everybody out there, but we really appreciate you guys supporting us. This mission is going to be fantastic. What an excellent crew. Very proud to serve with these gentlemen. Very fine crew. And go Artemis, go NASA.
Thanks, Trey. Well said. And wow is the right word. What an incredible blessing and an honor it is to be standing here representing all of you. And I'd just like to take a quick second to say thank you, first and foremost, to my wife and our 4 amazing kids. Thank you for your sense of adventure and your resiliency. You guys have made all of this possible. To our to our community of friends and family who've always been there when we most needed them. We've called upon them many times and they've always stepped up. So thank you guys. You know who you are. And then last but absolutely not least is to the NASA team, NASA community, to our leadership, to our engineers, our flight controllers, our flight directors. You guys are the ones that make this happen. So thank you. And last, but definitely not least, is to our peers, CB, and all the support staff that we have. We look forward to representing you guys and to helping take the next step so that we can watch you guys continue to make history. So thank you, and go Artemis 3.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. I'm honored by the role that I've been given. I'm also very humbled by the task in front of us. But first and foremost, I'm grateful. There are many parts that need to come together for a space launch. And you need a launch pad. And for me, that launch pad is my country, Italy, its education system, the Italian Air Force that gave me the professional tools to bring me here today, the Italian Space Agency that gave me the first flight to put those skills to proof, and for that I'm very grateful. The European Space Agency is like a launch tower connecting these two worlds, building bridges, its very nature is to build relationships and building bridges, connections, and to elevate individuals to achieve their full potential. The rocket, figuratively and literally, is NASA. I'm grateful that NASA has allowed me to be part of this incredible group of people, of this crew, and for letting me fly. But we wouldn't be going anywhere without fuel. And the fuel that lets everything move is right here. Maya, Sarah, Marta, my extended family here in the crowd. You are the energy that feeds my soul. And your love is the spark that ignites every passion. Thank you. Grazie.
I'll echo the amazing words of my colleagues. Wow. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of such a stellar crew. I must also say thanks to our spouses and our families. Without their support and sacrifice, we would not be standing up here before you right now. To my wife, Rebecca, your love of my life, my rock, thank you. And it is their support of our families that's going to carry forward from today when we start training very soon. Carry us all the way to when we launch off Earth until we are returned to them safely after splashdown back here on planet Earth. Would also like to thank the Astronaut Office leadership, Flight Operations Directorate, and the NASA Johnson Space Center leadership for the opportunity to represent the Astronaut Corps and every single person in NASA, ESA, our industry partners, our international partners, whose blood, sweat, and tears, okay, hopefully not blood, and very few tears, but their collective effort will lift all of us up on that SLS rocket when we hit launch day and carry us through the mission. We'd also like to thank NASA leadership and our ESA leadership for the opportunity to represent all of humanity from this spaceship Earth that we will carry forward into the Artemis as we execute this Artemis mission, extending human spaceflight into the future and exploring the cosmos. Now, spaceflight is hard, and that's why the most important Artemis mission will always be the next Artemis mission, where we are doing flight tests on every single flight, incrementally determining the flight envelope, expanding it, proving out capabilities, and making the operational procedures that we have more and more precise. Because every single mission we will do after this will be more challenging and more complex. We are certainly humbled as a crew to be able to be your crew that executes this Artemis 3 mission in space, being that unifying link between the phenomenal Artemis 2 mission we just had 2 months ago and the Artemis 4 mission that will follow ours, where we will again be the first to land humans on another celestial body, that celestial body being our neighbor in the sky at night, the moon. Thank you.
In the words of the crew, wow. That was truly special. Thank you, Artemis 3 crew. Hearing from each of you has inspired everyone supporting this mission across the globe. We're all in. This mission is going to captivate the world and bring us Earth joy. Let's look ahead at what's in store for Artemis 3. Another wow. Artemis brings us together, uniting partners from around the world in pursuit of a common goal. With that spirit of global collaboration, I would now like to invite ESA Director General Josef Aschbacher back on stage for a few remarks.
Wow. What a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, days like this do not come often, when history is not something we remember, but something we are about to make. Just weeks ago, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I had the privilege of witnessing the launch of Artemis 2. It was an unforgettable moment. Artemis 3 will be a different mission, but no less remarkable. Before anyone sets foot on the moon, someone has to make that possible. That responsibility now rests first and foremost with NASA, but also with the crew we are honoring today. The crew will test what has never been tested at this level, You will take a system of extraordinary complexity and make it work as one. In many ways, you are unlocking the lunar landing itself. And for us at ESA, there is real pride in knowing that alongside the NASA commander, a European astronaut will also be at the controls of this mission. ESA and NASA do more than cooperate. We build dreams and spacecraft together. The European Service Module carries Orion forward into orbit to the moon. Shared ambition made tangible in hardware. And on Artemis 3, our partnership is in the capsule as well. It's Luca, a test pilot by training with 2 missions to space, a commander of the International Space Station. He has seen spaceflight from every angle that matters. Colonel in the Italian Air Force, combat ready, qualified, highly decorated, a proud father of 2 daughters. And he has been tested. During a spacewalk early in his career, his helmet began to fill with water, a dangerous situation by any standard. He handled it with calm and clarity and brought himself back safely. That tells you more about an astronaut than any CV ever could. Luca is precise, composed, and determined. Yes, I'm sure he brings a touch of Italian ease to the cockpit. He is exactly the right person for this role, and he is ready. At ESA, we are ready as well. Our 23 member states are aligning to step up in exploration. Because when you choose to be part of something as ambitious as Artemis, you contribute. That is what we do, what we will continue to do. But today is not about programs. It is about people, those who once went to the moon and those now preparing to return. To Jared, to NASA, to the United States of America, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership. To the crew of Artemis 3, you carry something important for all of us. And to our ESA crew member, we could not have wished for a better pilot. Caro Luca, siamo orgogliosi di te. Buon volo. Thank you all.
let me just share this information with you. Surrey Police Service, they have just announced that they are investigating shots fired in Surrey Newton area. I'm sorry, extremely sorry, my voice was, I think there was one channel was not up. So Surrey Police is investigating a broad daylight shooting in 66th Avenue and 129th Street, Surrey, BC. Both vehicles fled the area. One vehicle was observed shooting at an occupant associated to another vehicle. This incident is believed to be targeted, but not believed to be extortion related. Let me just show you some video footage which has been shared by one of the radio station, local radio station. What are they showing? The footage of this. Red FM Vancouver, they shared this footage. Let me get some more information if I can get some. Broad daylight shooting at 10:44 a.m. today. One 30th Street and 66th Avenue. Some people are saying that US is bombing Iran right now. I can't see that. Okay, guys. Okay, there are news. There are news. Let me just change. Let me just change this. So there are things going on. Just hold on. There are some big news coming. Just hold on. So US attack on Iran. That's what the new thing is. That's the new information. Let me just share with you. It's a big news, guys. It's very big news. And it's clear now. US bombs Iran. That's clear now. It's clear now. Let me just show you the information. Let me just share the information with you. Just one sec, guys. So big news. And if I am confirming it, there is a reason for that. There's a reason for that. One sec. I'll show you some videos as well. I'll show you some videos as well. Let me just post it on my account. Let me just post it on my account. It's a big news. It's very big news. It's big news. It's a big news. Guys, let's start. So the Telegraph just gave this information. Telegraph just shared this information that US bombs Iran in retaliation for Apache attack. That's the breaking for now, and I am sharing here. I'm sharing here. US launches strikes on Iran. US launched retaliatory strikes on Iran after the downing of an Apache helicopter. Unclear whether Apache incident was intentional, and Iranian officials claimed there had been no aerial military operations in the area. Trump says strikes are response to Apache attack. It's confirmed now. US bombs Iran. The big breaking here. It's happening now. It's big breaking. That's a big news. That's big news. So the information is coming right now. I'll show you some information. There are some footages coming out directly from the IRIB's page. Let me just show you. Let's go directly to Islamic Republic news, what they are saying. 1 second, guys. What are they saying? That's the information which I'm sharing right now here is from Telegraph. Telegraph is confirming US bombs Iran in retaliation for Apache attack. And the United States has begun strikes against Iran in retaliation for downing an American Apache helicopter. The US Central Command said American forces carried out self-defense strikes against the regime on Tuesday. They are the first major US strikes since a ceasefire was announced on April 7th and marks a return to a war that Donald Trump has pledged would be over soon. That's the breaking news that US bombs Iran. US Central Command CENTCOM forces began launching self-defense strike against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of US Army Apache helicopter statement raid. The mission is proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. So that's what the Telegraph is saying. Telegraph, you can see yourself. It's Telegraph, the Telegraph. That's what they mentioned. US bombs Iran in retaliation for Apache attack. So it started. Let me just share the big information and the information from the direct source of Iranian channel. Just 1 sec. I'm going to come back to. So that's IRIB, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting's channel. That's their IRIB's Telegram channel. What they are claiming is breaking renewed American terrorist attack. That's what they call on Jusk. According to IRIB reporter in Jusk, several explosions were heard in the city at 2:35 a.m. Iran local time. What is the current time in Tehran? 3:05 a.m. So this is 2:35 a.m. approximately 30 minutes ago. Several explosions were heard. Before that, they said security sources in Iraq regarding explosion in Najaf, The sound heard in several areas of Najaf province were due to controlled security operations and procedure. There is no threat to citizens, but that was for Iraq. That was for Iraq. And this one, Afghan media reported that Pakistani fighter jets attacked targets in Khost, Paktika, and Kunar province moments ago. And these are the pictures. IRIB shared. Okay, so this one is that's a different. Sorry, my bad. That one's different. So that's the update. U.S. terrorist strike in Syria. 2 water tanks in the Bamani district were hit during tonight's American attack, resulting in the disruption of drinking water supply for the area. That is the latest. No commercial port in Kashmir Island has been hit by enemy projectile. An informed source told the IRIB reporter in Kashmir that reports of such an attack following 6 explosions heard on the island are false. So what they are checking as well, their own media, the Persian media, and they are claiming, or they are fact-checking. They're fact-checking. Let me just check. There's another media. There's another. So which area is this? Jusk. The one they are claiming. The Jusk area. Let me just show you. Oops. Sorry. It's Bandar-e-Jusk. It's a city in Iran. Let me check. So where is Bandar-e-Jusk? Let me share. We'll go back to IRIBs. That's Bandar-e-Jusk. This area. Bandar-e-Jusk. 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 Or Moghzan province of Iran. That's a coastal area. Or this whole area is coastal area. And it's in Strait of Hormuz. That's the Strait of Hormuz. That's Kush. And this area is Bandar-e-Jusk, where they are claiming that they have started bombing or US strikes. Second wave. Let me just get some more information on this. So there's a channel called RT. They are showing 6 explosions heard in Kush, Strait of Hormuz. But you know, IRIB, they claimed it's a false. So I do have the, and there's a Meher News. So still I am trying to get the information which I am getting right now from different Telegram sources. That is this information. Just still need to confirm. There are some social medias, those who are sharing this, but I have to check whether there is some authenticity in these footages. And there's another one. Some explosions were heard. Still need to confirm. Let me just get some more information. There's an Iranian activist, Lebanese activist. He shared some information. He said, B-52's madness has taken hold and began burning green and dry alike in Tehran. Raymond Hakim is the name of the person. Let me just show you his tweet as well, and then I'm going to share the video he posted here. One second. That's what Raymond Hakim. He posted in Arabic, but that's the translated version. He said, Jinn of the B-52 madness has taken hold and began burning green and dry alike in Tehran. He posted this. Let me post his video. He posted this video. He claims himself as an activist in Lebanon. So he shared this video just a few minutes ago. Raymond F. Hakim. I'm still checking more information on this. Different media organizations are showing different things. M.A. Rothman, Michael A. Rothman. He says USA Today, engineer, best-selling novelist. He shared one video, which I'm going to share here as well. So let me just confirm it from other sources as well. Let me check. Seems like it's a very big news. Where is? Let me check. Telegraph once again. Let's check Telegraph. going to bring Telegraph once again. Telegraph is giving more information right now. That's Telegraph. It's Telegraph. Okay. Let me check what is other news agencies are saying. The Press TV. What is Press TV saying? Press TV is that's Telegraph and that's Press TV. It's an Iranian Middle Eastern station as well. That's what they're saying. US launches fresh aggression against Iran. American regional bases placed on high alert. That's what their first news is. US launches fresh act of aggression against Iran. American regional bases placed on alert. Several locations in southern Iranian province of Hormozgan were hit by US projectile late on Tuesday. The Islamic Republic's national broadcaster said in yet another act of unprovoked and illegal military aggression, reporting on Wednesday. Today is Wednesday there. The Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting IRIB said a location in Kashmir Island was one of the sites that came under the US attack. According to an informed source cited by the broadcaster, 6 explosions were heard in Kashmir, which the source said were caused by enemy projectile. The broadcaster added that the projectile had apparently been launched from a warplane. This is by Press TV. This is what the Press TV is confirming. Let me check. Ye Press, agar there is a live TV. Let me check. They have a live TV. Not sure. Report of Iranian air defense activity over Hamadan, central Iran. Local reported explosion in the city of Nahvand, where a hostile UAV was seen. You can see yourself in Press TV. Press TV is saying an IRIB correspondent further said that based on the information available so far, the impact of one projectile in the province littoral Sirik County has been confirmed. At least 2 water reservoirs in the Bumani district of the county were targeted by the enemy, and the drinking water supply to this district has been temporarily cut off. According to IRB correspondent in Jask, another one of the Hormozgan coastal countries, counties, 2 locations in the country's city of Jask and Kuhe Mubarak, were also struck by such projectiles. So projectiles, they hit inside Iran, but still so now IRIB is quoting the Fox News. IRIB's Telegram channel now quoting Fox News. Let me check Fox News. I can check Fox News quickly. Okay, so Fox News, they just claimed something. Let me just show you. Fox News just claimed something. 1 sec. That's by the Fox News. 1 sec. Let me just give you the. One sec.
We're learning more about the U.S. airstrikes in Iran. Let's go back to Jennifer Griffin with the latest. Jennifer?
Well, we've just learned from a senior U.S. defense official that the strikes are ongoing as we speak right now, and that some of the targets that we can confirm at this point are air defense systems inside Iran, as well as radar installations.
We're learning more about the U.S. airstrikes in Iran. Let's go back to Jennifer Griffin with the latest. Jennifer?
Well, we've just learned from a senior U.S. defense official that the strikes are ongoing as we speak right now, and that some of the targets that we can confirm at this point are air defense systems inside Iran, as well as radar installations.
Let me just check more information on this, guys. Okay. That's from special report, and just 1 sec. Let me just show you from the special report. Fox News special report.
Good evening and welcome to Washington. I'm John Roberts in for Brett Baer. Breaking tonight, the United States is staging what it calls self-defense strikes in Iran right now. Central Command says the attacks began about an hour ago. This follows President Trump's promise to respond to the downing of an American military helicopter by an Iranian drone near the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. used one of its own naval drones to rescue the 2 pilots in a first-of-its-kind operation. Fox News is told that there is an investigation into whether the Iranians actually meant to bring down the chopper. All of this further strains the 2-month-long ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. We've got Fox team coverage tonight. Jennifer Griffin has details about the amazing rescue of the pilots by the unmanned vehicle. Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey starts us off, though, tonight. He's on the North Line. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, John. President Trump is inside the West Wing right now, monitoring the situation as CENTCOM carries out those proportional retaliatory strikes. Iranian state media in the last couple of minutes has been reporting that explosions are being heard in ports along the Strait of Hormuz, less than a day after President Trump said this about the state of negotiations.
I don't think there are any sticking points.
Just hours later, a 24-foot-long U.S. Navy water drone helped rescue a pair of American pilots downed by an Iranian aerial drone. President Trump announced the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Iran's foreign minister is accusing the U.S. of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Quote, foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in the crossfire. This crossfire comes dangerously close to a red line President Trump has drawn for restarting a full-scale war.
They kill U.S. troops. I think I would do that very quickly.
On his way home from last night's NBA Finals game, President Trump again expressed optimism that a deal is imminent to open the Strait of Hormuz.
It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
Experts are encouraging the president to put Iran on the clock.
I think it would help us now to put a deadline on the table. Let's get a deadline on the table, get them agree or not to agree. If they are that sincere about truly making a deal, let's make it.
Some Trump allies say they're losing hope that the end is near.
I'm starting to feel like we're Charlie Brown and Iran is Lucy, and every time we go kick the ball, it's been taken away. We're close to a deal. We're 2 days from a deal. We're 3 days from a deal, and it's not happening. And so if I were in Vegas right now, I'd be betting against in 2 days.
President Trump's words and his actions tonight, sticking to what CENTCOM says is a proportional response to Iran, signal that he wants a peace deal more than he wants a return to a widespread war. It's just unclear if the Iranians want the same thing. John?
We'll be taking that up with the panel a little bit later on in the program. Peter kicking us off tonight. Thank you, Peter.
So Fox News confirmed, Kita Fox News ne ke yes, the direct military engagement has resumed in the Middle East, and CENTCOM is executing what the White House calls proportional strikes on Iranian ports. And on the other hand, CNN also confirms, as I said, Telegraph, they confirmed. One sec, let me just show you once again, one by one. Telegraph, they confirmed that US bombs Iran. Look this, that's Telegraph. Telegraph confirmed US bombs Iran in retaliation for Apache attack. And one sec. They have mentioned, I already mentioned this, they have started the self-defense strike, so-called. But CNN, what CNN is saying, let me take you to CNN. That was the Telegraph. Now let's go to CNN. Let me close this. One sec, guys. What is CNN saying? That's what CNN saying. That's what CNN saying. US military launched a strike against Iran in response to helicopter downing. US launched strikes against Iran in response to downing of an Army Apache helicopter off the coast of Oman, according to a statement from US Central Command. Very strong, very powerful. The Iran response. Iran has launched missiles and drones towards US targets. Abbas Araghchi said no attack from the US will be left unanswered. Left unanswered. This is what CNN is reporting. US launched a new wave of retaliatory strikes against Iran. Tory B. Powell, US launched strikes against Iran responding to the downing of the Army Apache helicopter. But let me just show you some other media outlets. Let's check what is BBC saying. What BBC saying? So, Republican speaker, the US House Speaker, that's what BBC is claiming. BBC claiming US House Speaker Mike Johnson says he was with the President Donald Trump and the top officials when the strike on Iran were agreed. US has launched a retaliatory strike on Iran following the downing of American helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. US forces begin striking 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. On Tuesday, US Central Command said, calling the mission a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. Access reports a US official as saying Iranian air defense and radar system in the south of the country were targeted. Access reported. Access News Organization. You can see yourself. US House Speaker, they are quoting US House Speaker Mike Johnson that he said he was with the President Donald Trump and top officials when the strikes on Iran were agreed. Speaking to the press on Capitol Hill, he called the strikes proportional and limited. Let me just check him if I can get some more information directly from ET Now Word is showing something. One sec. Let me check what is this news organization all about. ET Now. Let me just check if they are showing something. What US is saying, that's what BBC is saying. That's what the latest from BBC. That's what the latest from BBC. Let me just get some more information from IRIB or maybe from any of the. There's going to be more news in a couple of hours. That's what I can say. Barack Ravid from Axios. What is he saying? He confirmed the same thing. US forces attacked several Iranian air defense systems and radar systems around the Strait of Hormuz. I hope we're going to get some information sooner or later. It's almost 8 hours of my show, so I'm going to take the leave. And if there's going to be any information, I'm going to share with you. Thank you so much, all of you. And please do like, share, and subscribe my channel, whether you are watching it on Facebook, YouTube, X, or Instagram, or X. Please do subscribe my channel as well. News Derby. Thank you so much. I'm Samir Kaushal.